Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Very good to see you. I think we can start our session now. My name is Babur Karimov. I will be moderating today's session. As you know, it's modern regulatory policy, the name of our section. So let me just start with my introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honored guests, warm welcome to you. I hope you're enjoying the forum. Today is the second day, and I hope you enjoyed the entertainment of the opera yesterday. Warm welcome to you to this pivotal session on modern regulatory policy, trends and perspective, part of the fourth International Legal Forum, Tashkent Law Spring. Today we gather here at the transformative moment for regulatory governance. We all know that governments around the world are struggling with how to balance innovation and accountability, right? Digital disruption and fundamental human rights, as well as economic growth with public trust. Here in Uzbekistan, under the leadership of President Mirziyoyev, we've seen bold reforms on this, from adopting OECD's inspired regulatory impact assessments to pioneering sandboxes for fintech and artificial intelligence. However, we acknowledge that challenges still remain. How do we future-proof laws for the digital age? How can sandboxes foster innovation without compromising human rights, fundamental human rights? And what can Uzbekistan learn from global pioneers like Germany, South Korea, and UK? So our session will unfold in two acts. First one will be from drafting to delivery, tools for laws that work in practice, not just on paper. And the second part would be new frontiers, experiments, sandboxes, and the tightrope of tech-driven regulations. So before I begin, let me introduce I'm privileged to host our panel of experts. Mr. Mirjalol Allakuliyev, Head of the Legislation Department, Ministry of Justice of Republic of Uzbekistan. He will be speaking about ensuring high-quality regulation, tools and approaches in Uzbekistan. Our second panelist is Mr. Matthias Schmidt from Germany, Head of the Directorate of Better Regulation and Bureaucracy Reduction of the Ministry of Justice of Federal Republic of Germany. He also representative of Germany in the Regulatory Policy Committee of OECD. Our next panelist is Mr. Pavel Yanovsky, also from Germany. Pavel works for the National Regulatory Control Council at the Federal Ministry of Justice of Germany. He has worked on better regulation at European Union level and in Germany for over 15 years. Pavel will be talking about principles of digital-ready legislation and how these principles are being applied in Germany. I hope the translators are keeping up. Thank you. And our next panelist is Mr. Adham Khudaykulov, Director of the National Quality Assurance Agency for Education under the administration of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Adham Khudaykulov holds PhD at the University of Cambridge, and his topic today is the nexus of state regulation and economic development in transition economies. Okay, thank you. So let me provide for the first speaker, Mr. Mirjalol Allakuliyev. Thank you.
Katta rahmat. Avvalambor assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar, qadrli forum ishtirokchilari. Avvalambor mazkur 4-bor o'tkazilayotgan nufuzli forumda barchangizni ishtirokingiz uchun mezbon sifatida o'zimning samimiy minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. bugungi sessiyadagi yuqorida spikerimiz aytib o'tganlaridek mavzumiz sifatli tartibga solishning zamonaviy vositalari va bugun men ma'ruzamda ushbu mavzu doirasida O'zbekistonda so'nggi yillarda olib borilayotgan ishlar va qonunchilikdagi o'zgarishlar haqidagi ma'ruzam bilan boshlamoqchiman. Forum xalqaro tajriba va bilim almashish, huquq sohasidagi dolzarb muammolarni muhokama qilish hamda innovatsion yechimlar ishlab chiqishga xizmat qiluvchi muhim maydonga aylanib ulgurgan. Ushbu forum doirasida bugun atroflicha muhokama etilishi lozim bo'lgan masalalardan biri bu raqamli texnologiyalar davrida huquqiy tartibga solish siyosatining ahamiyati. Tartibga solish siyosatining ahamiyatini 2008-yilgi global moliyaviy inqiroz butun dunyoga namoyon etib bo'ldi. Nazorat vakuumlari, xavflarni noto'g'ri baholash va axborot shaffofligining yetishmasligi sabab yirik moliyaviy institutlar tugatildi va banklar kasodga uchradi. Investitsiya to'xtadi va global iqtisodiyot milliardlab dollarlarni yo'qotdi. Ayniqsa bugungi global beqarorlik, texnologiyalar shiddati va barqaror taraqqiyot yo'lidagi yangi chaqiriqlar sharoitida tartibga solish islohotlarini har qachongidan ham dolzarb ahamiyat kasb etmoqda. Bu islohotlar davlatlarning raqobatbardoshligi, jamiyat farovonligi va fuqarolarning davlatga nisbatan ishonchiga xizmat qiluvchi, hal qiluvchi omil hisoblanadi. Ana shunday global o'zgarishlar manzarasida O'zbekistonda ham norma ijodkorligi va tartibga solish sohasida islohotlarning yangi bosqichi boshlandi. 2017-yildan buyon mamlakatda aqlli tartibga solish vositalari joriy etilib, zamonaviy yondashuvlar orqali huquqiy muhitni takomillashtirish, byurokratik to'siqlarni kamaytirish va investitsiyaviy jozibadorlikni oshirishga qaratilgan islohotlar bosqichma-bosqich amalga oshirilib kelinmoqda. Bugungi kunda tartibga solish siyosati iqtisodiy barqarorlik va o'sishni ta'minlashda hal qiluvchi ahamiyatga ega. Chunki yaxshilab o'ylangan va uzviy muvofiqlashtirilgan tartibga solish mexanizmlari aholining turmush darajasini oshirish, xususiy sektor faolligini rag'batlantirish va ishonchli investitsiyaviy muhitni yaratishda juda muhim omil hisoblanadi. Ana shunday maqsadlarni ko'zlab, so'nggi yillarda tartibga solishdagi asosiy e'tibor an'anaviy qattiq boshqaruv va ortiqcha nazoratdan voz kechib, shaffof, byurokratiyadan xoli va moslashuvchan aqlli tartibga solish tizimini joriy etishga qaratilgan. Misol uchun, biznes yuritishdagi 120 turdagi hujjatlarni talab qilish, shuningdek 160 dan ortiq litsenziya va ruxsatnomalar bekor qilindi. Ayrim sohalarda davlat aralashuvidan voz kechilib, o'zini o'zi boshqarishga o'tkazildi. Biroq islohotlarning yuqori suratlarda amalga oshirilishi bilan birga yana bir jiddiy muammo tartibga solish inflyatsiya xavfi yuzaga kelmoqda. Ya'ni qabul qilinayotgan normativ hujjatlar soni oshib, ular natijasida ular o'rtasidagi kolliziyalar, takroriyliklar va byurokratik yuklama yuzaga kelishi ehtimoli kuchaymoqda. Mana shu holat tartibga solish sohasini yanada tizimli va maqsadli isloh qilish zaruratini tug'dirib, o'sha taqdimotda ham grafikda ham ko'rinib turibdi. Mana 2018-yilga kelib normativ huquqiy hujjatlar qabul qilish ko'rsatkichini e'tibor bersanglar, mana 2 baravarga oshgan. Shu bois mana 2030-yilda O'zbekiston 2030 strategiyasida tartibga solish yukini 2032 ga kelib 30% ga kamaytirish va to'g'ridan-to'g'ri amal qiladigan qonunlar ulushini 60% ga yetkazish bizning bugungi kundagi ustuvor vazifalarimizdan biri hisoblanadi. Bu sharoitda Adliya vazirligi mamlakatda yagona huquqiy siyosatni amalga oshiruvchi vakolatli organ sifatida huquqiy hujjatlar sifatini oshirish, ortiqcha va samarasiz tartibga solishni qisqartirish maqsadida bir qator muhim instrumentlarni joriy etib, ularni amaliyotga muvaffaqiyatli tatbiq etmoqda. Xususan 2021-yildan boshlab O'zbekistonda norma ijodkorligi jarayoniga tartibga solish ta'sirini baholash mexanizmi bosqichma-bosqich joriy etilmoqda. Bu mexanizm qonunchilik jarayonida tizimli yondashuvni shakllantirib, qonunchilik hujjatlarini tahlil va dalillarga asoslangan holda qabul qilinishiga yo'l ochyapti. Milliy tizimni samarali yo'lga qo'yishda biz Buyuk Britaniya, Finlandiya va boshqa rivojlangan davlatlarga tashrif buyurib, ularning ilg'or tajribasini o'rgandik. Shuningdek, xalqaro ekspertlar bilan hamkorlikda xalqaro standartlar va eng yaxshi amaliyotlarni milliy shart-sharoitlarga moslashtirish va joriy etish ishlari amalga oshirilmoqda. Dastlabki bosqichda biz bor kuchimizni va resurslarimizni tartibga solish ta'sirini baholash mexanizmlarini norma ijodkorligining ajralmas qismi sifatida joriy etishga qaratdik. Bunda loyihalarni tartibga solish ta'siridan baholashdan o'tkazish ko'rsatkichi 21-yilda 42% ni tashkil etgan bo'lsa, 22-yil ushbu ko'rsatkich 72% ni, 24-yilda 77% ni va bugungi kunga kelib 100% ni tashkil etmoqda. Endilikda e'tibor faqat baholashni o'tkazishga emas, balki uning sifatiga qaratilmoqda. O'zbekistonda Markaziy Osiyoda birinchi bo'lib hujjat loyihasi ishlab chiqilishidan oldin uning konsepsiyasini baholash tartibi joriy etildi. Bu degani qonunchilik tashabbuslari endi oldindan chuqur tahlil qilinadi. Ularning qanchalik samarali bo'lishi dastavval baholanadi. Uning natijalaridan kelib chiqib loyiha ishlab chiqiladi. Shu orqali biz keraksiz yuklama va samarasiz normalarning oldini olmoqdamiz. Bu jarayonda Adliya vazirligi har bir tashabbusning ahamiyatidan kelib chiqib, tahlilning qamrovini belgilaydi va hisobotlar sifati ustidan nazoratni amalga oshirmoqda. Natijalarga kelsak, so'nggi 3 yilda loyihalardan aholi va tadbirkorlarga majburiyat yuklovchi normalar chiqarib tashlandi hamda biznes uchun yuzaga kelishi mumkin bo'lgan qariyb 700 million AQSh dollaridan ortiq xarajatlar oldi olindi. Erishilgan natijalar tartibga solish sohasiga bo'lgan e'tiborni kuchaytiradi va bu yo'nalishda ilmiy tadqiqot salohiyatini mustahkamlash maqsadida bizda bugun Adliya vazirligi tizimida 30 nafardan ortiq xodimlardan iborat tartibga solish ta'sirini baholashga ixtisoslashtirilgan ilmiy institut tashkil etildi. Institut oldiga qo'yilayotgan asosiy vazifalar amaldagi qonunchilikni tizimli ravishda tahlil qilish, uning samaradorligini baholash, ushbu yo'nalishda mustahkam tahliliy bazani yaratish va sohaga ixtisoslashgan mutaxassislarni tayyorlashdan iborat. Bu islohotlar norma ijodkorlari uchun yangi talab va yondashuvlarni joriy etdi. Biroq sohani raqamlashtirish hisobiga ish jarayoni ancha soddalashdi, ortiqcha yuklama kamaydi va eng muhimi resurslar tejalishiga olib keldi. Qonunchilik jarayonining innovatsiyalar bilan hamnafasligini ta'minlash maqsadida so'nggi 5 yilda O'zbekistonda qonunchilik jarayoni tubdan raqamlashtirildi. Barcha loyihalar yagona loyiha.adliya.uz platformasi orqali ishlab chiqiladi, kelishiladi va muhokama qilinadi. Bu tizim orqali konsepsiyani ishlab chiqishdan tortib, ta'sirini baholash, huquqiy ekspertizadan o'tkazish va jamoatchilik muhokamasidan o'tkazishgacha bo'lgan jarayonlar barchasi avtomatlashtirildi. Bundan avval esa har bir loyiha qog'ozda yuzlab sahifalarda tayyorlanib, qo'lda tashilib, alohida tashkilotlardan imzo yig'ilardi. Bugun esa raqamlashtirish tufayli byurokratik ovoragarchilik bartaraf etildi. Vaqt va resurslar tejaldi. Eng muhimi, qonun ijodkorligi yanada tizimli, aniq va nazorat qiladigan shaklga keltirildi. Tartibga solishning samaradorligini oshirish maqsadida huquqiy muhitni soddalashtirish va qayta ko'rib chiqishga alohida e'tibor qaratildi. Bunda qonunchilikdagi ortiqcha takroriy, amalda ahamiyatini yo'qotgan normalarni bartaraf etish maqsadida tartibga solish gilyotinasi mexanizmi joriy etildi. Ushbu mexanizm orqali amaldagi qonunchilik hujjatlari tizimli va tezkor tahlil qilinib, eskirgan, takroriy yoki amaliy ahamiyatini yo'qotgan normalar aniqlandi va bartaraf etildi. Bu esa huquqiy bazani ortiqcha yukdan xalos qilish, uni yanada aniq, sodda va foydalanishga qulay shaklga keltirishga xizmat qiladi. Natijada milliy qonunchilik bazasidagi 20 mingga yaqin qonunchilik hujjatlari qayta ko'rib chiqilib, ularning 17% ga qisqartirishga erishildi. Yana bir muhim masala. Tadbirkorlarni yanada qo'llash maqsadida tadbirkorlar tomonidan bajarilishi lozim bo'lgan huquqiy va texnik talablarni o'z ichiga olgan majburiy talablar reyestri ham yaratilmoqda. Ushbu reyestr orqali tadbirkorlik subyektlariga faqat unga kiritilgan talablar asosidagina tekshiruv o'tkazilishi ta'minlanadi. Bu esa noqonuniy va asossiz tekshirishlarning oldini olishga, shu bilan birga davlat nazoratining aniq, maqsadli va oqilona amalga oshirilishiga xizmat qiladi. Eng muhimi, mazkur reyestr tadbirkorlar uchun amaliy faoliyatni rejalashtirishda muhim manbaga aylanadi. Unda har bir sohadagi huquqiy, ma'muriy va texnik talablar aniq, tizimlashgan va bir joyga jamlangan holda taqdim etiladi. Reyestr tadbirkorlarga faoliyatni boshlash yoki kengaytirishda zarur hujjatlar, standartlar va shartlarni, shuningdek moliyaviy xarajatlarni oldindan baholash imkoniyatini berib, tadbirkorlik muhitining shaffof va barqaror rivojlanishi hamda qonunchilik talablarini aniq prognoz qilishga xizmat qiladi. Amalga oshirilgan islohotlar natijasida 100 ga yaqin tadbirkorlik sohasidagi 25 mingdan ortiq talab qayta ko'rib chiqildi va reyestrga kiritildi. Bu esa huquqiy bazaning ochiqligi va ishonchliligini ta'minlash bilan birga davlat hamda biznes o'rtasidagi munosabatlarda o'zaro ishonch va hamkorlikni mustahkamlashga xizmat qiladi. Ixcham va soddalashtirilgan qonunchilik bazasini yaratish orqali biz fuqarolar va tadbirkorlar uchun huquqiy muhitni yanada qulay, ochiq va ishonchli bo'lishiga erishamiz. Hurmatli sessiya ishtirokchilari, bizning maqsadimiz nafaqat mavjud qonunchilik bazasini ixchamlashtirish va tartibga solishni soddalashtirish, balki bu jarayonlarni uzoq muddatli va barqaror asosda yuritishdir. Shuning uchun ham kelajakda amalga oshiriladigan ishlarni aniq maqsadlar asosida rejalashtirib olganmiz. Avvalo, sifatli tartibga solish siyosatiga erishishda tahliliy vositalar muhim o'rin tutadi. Biz mazkur vositalarni ishlab chiqish va ularni amaliyotga joriy etish orqali tartibga solish ta'sirini baholash jarayonini yanada samarali qilishni maqsad qilganmiz. Bunday baholash jarayoni o'z navbatida ishonchli va yetarlicha ma'lumotlarsiz to'liq amalga oshmaydi. Shu bois ma'lumotlar yig'ishni kengaytirish, manbalarni diversifikatsiya qilish hamda katta ma'lumotlar bilan samarali ishlash imkoniyatlarini kengaytirish dolzarb vazifaga aylangan. Bundan tashqari avtomatlashtirilgan ma'muriy xarajatlar kalkulyatorini joriy etish orqali tadbirkorlar va fuqarolarga tushadigan ma'muriy yukni aniq hisoblash imkoni paydo bo'ladi. Bu orqali biz ortiqcha xarajatlarni aniqlab, ularni aniq raqamlarga asoslangan holda qisqartirish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lamiz. Ayniqsa bugungi raqamlashgan dunyoda sun'iy intellekt texnologiyalaridan foydalanish orqali tahlil jarayonlarini yanada tezroq, aniq va xolis tarzda olib borish imkoni yaratilmoqda. Ushbu texnologiyalar orqali loyihalashtirilayotgan tartibga solish choralarini ehtimoliy ta'sirini oldindan baholash, huquqiy normalarga qarama-qarshilik va noaniqliklarni avtomatik aniqlash hamda jamoatchilik fikrini tahlil qilish imkoniyati yaratiladi. Shu bilan birga tahlil vositalarini takomillashtirish orqali ta'sirini baholash jarayonining sifatini oshirish va uni amalga oshirish muddatlarini qisqartirish imkoni tug'iladi. Yangi yondashuvlardan biri qonunchilik hujjatlarini qabul qilinish maqsadlariga erishilishini baholash va natijalarni muntazam kuzatib borish tizimi hisoblanadi. Bu maqsadda maxsus indikatorlar KPI asosida monitoring jarayoni joriy etildi. Har bir qonun qabul qilingach, uning ijrosi va ta'siri yillik monitoring orqali baholanadi. Ushbu tizimni to'g'ri ishlatish uchun dastlab vazirlik tomonidan 10 ta qonun tanlab olindi va ular mahalliy darajada aprobatsiya qilindi. Tadbirkorlar va aholi bilan o'tkazilgan suhbatlar, so'rovlar va muhokamalar asosida natijadorlik ko'rsatkichlari tahlil qilindi. Natijada har bir qonun ijro etilayotganda yetarli resurslar bilan ta'minlanganligi hamda uning kutilayotgan natijaga erishilishi real vaqtda kuzatib borish imkoniyati yaratildi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, O'zbekistonda qonunchilikni takomillashtirish jarayoni muayyan natijalar bermoqda. Islohotlar nafaqat me'yoriy bazani soddalashtirishga, balki tartibga solishning sifatini oshirishga, huquqiy ta'sirini baholashning aniq mexanizmlarini joriy etishga va qabul qilinayotgan qarorlarning amaliy samaradorligini ta'minlashga xizmat qilmoqda. Bu orqali jamiyat va davlat manfaatlari o'rtasida muvozanat saqlanishiga, fuqarolar va biznes uchun tushunarli, barqaror va samarali huquqiy muhit shakllanishiga poydevor qo'yilmoqda. Yakunda shuni ta'kidlash joizki, huquqiy tartibga solish siyosati bu doimiy izlanish va takomillashuvni talab qiluvchi murakkab jarayondir. Texnologiyalar rivojlanib, jamiyat ehtiyojlari o'zgarib borar ekan, tartibga solish tizimi ham ushbu o'zgarishlarga mos ravishda yangilanib borishi shart. Zero buyuk ingliz faylasufi John Locke ta'kidlaganidek, qonunning maqsadi erkinlikni ta'minlash, barqarorlikka erishish va o'zgarishga ochiq bo'lishdir. Bu esa zamonaviy tartibga solish siyosatining asl mohiyatini, uning erkinlik va barqarorlikka erishishdagi hal qiluvchi o'rnini hamda moslashuvchanlik zaruriyatini yaqqol ko'rsatib beradi. Ruxsatingiz bilan yana bir bor forumimizni barcha spikerlari va ishtirokchilarni ushbu forumda qatnashganlari uchun minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Rahmat Mirjalol aka. Haqiqatan ham Adliya vazirligi juda katta ishlarni bajargan, shu qonunchilikni tartibga solish yo'nalishida, ayniqsa shu 160 ga yaqin litsenziya va ruxsatnomalarning bekor bo'lishi haqiqatan ham bizning tadbirkorligi juda katta imkoniyatlarni yaratgan. Katta rahmat. Thank you very much, Mr. Alakuliyev. Let me invite our next panelist, Mr. Matthias Schmidt. Today, Mr. Matthias' topic is legal drafting with rule mapping methods, rules as code that really works. He will unpack rule mapping, a groundbreaking method to breach the legal text and algorithmic enforcements. So, thank you. Please.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. And I don't know if I can, yeah, beautiful. Okay. My theme is legal drafting with rule mapping. This is a special method, and I will introduce you in this kind of legal drafting. The agenda of our panel, I think, is very important because we now live in complex societies with a country undergoing many challenges. For instance, climate change. The state controls these developments by rules, by laws. And good rules are essential. We need them. However, we are increasingly reaching our limits because our approach to regulate is a little outdated, not fit for the digital 21st century. How we usually regulate today? Well, we do this through producing text. Yeah? The photo on the left shows my paperwork when I, as the responsible legal drafter in Germany, went with the last negotiations of the new EU copyright directive in the so-called trilogue process in Brussels. And the result on the right side, likewise a text. The question how platforms such as YouTube should deal with copyright-protected content. So what is regulation? Law is a rule-based system, its procedures or decisions, at least at the core. Today, we can usually transfer rule-based systems into digital processes in order to save time and money. But how we do transfer law into digital code today? Basically, through some kind of reverse engineering ex post. We try to interpret which logical structures the text contains. Of course, this approach is having errors and flaws, which is known in the science as the so-called translation gap. Let me show you if this works. No? Another way, this is the rule mapping method. How does this method work? Firstly, it works visually. This method does describe legal structures with a visual language, using nodes for legal elements and edges for the logical correlations between. Secondly, it starts as lawyers think in terms of legal consequences. Because if we want to solve a legal case, we are primarily interested in the legal consequence, in the result. Thirdly, we only need 3 logical links to connect the conditions for a legal consequence. Cumulative, see here with a consequence labeled with A, or the logical of alternative, this is the legal consequence labeled with B, or the third one, exclusive. See here for the legal consequence labeled with E. And let me give you an example. As a lawyer, let's say you represent a client who demands payment based on an international purchase of goods. So you start with the legal basis of the claim. This is Article 33 of the Convention regarding international purchases. Then you check the applicability of the Convention. After that, the question whether an effective contract exists and if the claim for payment is due. When it comes to whether there is an effective contract, you may need to dive deeper. So you will check if the contract was initially validly concluded, or if there are any objections that lead to the avoidance of the contract. You can see also from this screenshot that you can link the logical structure with legal texts. Here, for example, with the provisions of the conventions to the avoidance of contracts. Depending on your needs, you can deepen the structure further, but always with the same simple visual and logical elements. Here you can see an example from German tax law, what tax relief you can get as a homeowner if you install a heat pump instead of heating with oil or with gas. Once the corresponding rule map is created, it can be exported as an XML dataset. This XML dataset is the interface to the user software for the automation of the procedures of the enforcement of your legal structure. For example, the tax authority can automatically check an application for tax relief by directly entering the data via a web interface. Or the lawyer uses the logic once created to treat the next case of an international purchase of goods, always on the basis of the logic provided by the rule map. So, but how does this method works in practice, drafting a new law? Well, I have using myself this method with my teams for 15 years as legal drafter in different domains of private and economic law. The principle is first modeling the visual and logical structure and then drafting the text. And I would like to briefly report on these experiences. A key element of better regulation is good preparation through regulatory impact assessment through years. Essentially, this is about linking information with the legal structure. The rule mapping software makes it possible to precisely combine information with legal elements, for instance, stakeholder opinions, court orders, or administrative provisions. In this way, All members of the drafting team share their knowledge and have access to a common knowledge base. If we use rule mapping to draft legal provision, we are forced to think logically precise. For example, when it comes of two legal conditions that we would connect by language with or, we have to take a clear decision. Do we mean an exclusive logic connection? This implies that the legal consequence only occurs if either one or the other legal element is fulfilled. This would be the solution number one. Or is it meant, if you use the word or by language, that the two characteristics should be given alternatively? That would be the solution number two. By language, this often remains unclear. In visual logic, you have to make a clear decision, which alternative is meant. So now it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Of course, even if you use the rule mapping method before drafting a bill, we still need a text. We need a text for political discussion in Parliament and for discussion with stakeholders in society. The software includes an integrated editor that allows us to draft a text. With the visual structure, we already have some kind of outline, which then can be transferred into natural language text. All members of the drafting team can see the structure in the true sense of the word. This works much better than if the members of the drafting team have only the logical structure in their heads, you can say. I have managed different complex legislations with this method since 2006. First, the visual structure is developed, and then the legal text is formulated based on this logic. For my first project, a reform in German family law, we were awarded by the German Society for Legislation in 2011. But meanwhile, the method can do much more. The software can, as mentioned, and this is a core element of this new method, export the logical structure for user application. And it can be increasingly supported by artificial intelligence. The German Federal Agency of Breakthrough Information for Startups, you can say, considered, therefore, the rule mapping method as a key factor in modernizing public administration and reducing unnecessary bureaucracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to an end. In a nutshell, smart digital ready regulation requires clear logical structures from scratch, ex ante. Rule mapping provides the necessary tools for these proceedings. The method is excellently suited for the early stage of legal drafting. So we can avoid the translation gap because the logical structure for automated enforcement is in place from the beginning of drafting new laws. So, last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Very interesting. Indeed, AI is like a baby, right? We have to teach it with. It's growing, and hopefully in the future it will provide the tools. And we can see that now that digital ready laws demand these new tools like rule mapping and reintegration to close the gap between legal intent and algorithmic reality. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for your insights. We will have a Q&A section, but probably in the end, if somebody has questions now to our speakers, we could provide, but maybe in the end of this first section. Okay, thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Pavel Yanovsky. Please, this floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this very interesting conference. There was some interesting input already yesterday, already today as well. What I want to talk about is the concept of digital readiness and how it can be applied in lawmaking, how it's being applied in Germany with something called the digital readiness check or the digital check, and how it can be used to rethink the way we do lawmaking. Just to give you a bit of context where I come from and where I work for something institution called the National Regulatory Control Council. It's an independent scrutiny, regulatory scrutiny body working on advising and scrutinizing the work of the federal government. It's supported by a secretariat, the Ministry of Justice, but it consists of 10 independent expert members. And I am one of the team members working in the secretariat. What the council has traditionally done, or NKR for short, is it has been scrutinizing impact assessment. It has been looking at regulatory costs. It has been looking at burden reduction. It also had a broader advisory role to the government as a sort of a government-adjacent think tank focusing on better regulation and bureaucracy reduction. In 2023, the council got a new task, which is to scrutinize the application of the so-called digital readiness check or the digital check. So it's a new scrutiny task, slightly different than what the council has been doing before, and required a slightly different way of working with the ministries, with the government. But the council has been active in this digitization space as an advisory body for quite a long time. But if we take a step back and ask ourselves, what is digital readiness, or what do we mean by that? This is just one definition that's used in Germany. It's not the most elegant translation. There's other definitions. There was OECD works on digital readiness. Denmark is one of the sort of forerunners in that space. They have a slightly different definition, but a lot of the German system has been inspired by Denmark. Essentially, what we mean is legislation that allows for simple, impact-oriented implementation by exhausting digital possibilities to the benefit of all the stakeholders. But if we leave that sort of word digital out and just look at the rest of this definition, simple, impact-oriented implementation, stakeholders, so all those are concepts and principles that apply to all legislations, not just in the digital space, not just digital services, not just e-government services, not digital regulation. It's actually principles which are pretty much always applicable. So this is one of the theses of my input today, is to say, well, actually, digital readiness is a way of rethinking the way we do legislation, and we can go beyond the digital space and use those principles across all legislation and mainstream it into the way we work as legal drafters, the way governments work. Why digital readiness and why now? So one further step back. This illustration is very complex. You don't need to understand it. Few people do. But this is the German social benefit system, or parts of it. It's not even the whole thing. It's an illustration that's been developed as part of an expert report commissioned by the council to look at the complexity of the German social benefit system. So you can see different benefits, different services, different administrative bodies responsible for different benefits. There's different ministries supervising those bodies. And at the very bottom of that picture is the foundation, which is all the legal basis. It's all the different legal texts which essentially determine the way the system works. And so one central element of digital readiness is that if you want better service, you want better citizen experience, so the left side of that illustration, you need to get the right side right. So you need to get the law correct, because the law determines what comes out at the end. The law determines what the citizens actually experience. It determines the quality of the service. There's still an implementation process, and you can work on that, you can make it better, you can improve it. But if the basis conditions on the right side of the picture do not work, then you have an issue. And this is central element of the digital readiness, is to make sure that we get the right side of that equation, or the right side of the picture correct. What we are doing as part of the digital readiness check is we are essentially applying 5 principles that need to be considered as part of legal drafting at an early stage. And once again, if you leave out the word digital, for most of those principles, I mean, they are things we want to be doing. They are things that always apply. So, designing for all a consistent legal basis, consistency, so that a child means the same thing in one area of law as it does in the other area of law. It might mean a person under 18, it might mean a person under 21 living with a parents, it might mean a person under the age of 12. So, consistency is something that we want independently of whether we are translating something into a digital service. Something about clarity. We want to have clarity in legislation, to have clear outcomes, not have a constellation of exceptions that lead to an outcome that's undefined. And of course, we need clarity to translate law into code, to translate it into digital services. But actually, we want clarity regardless of that. So once again, this thesis that actually digital readiness actually applies all the time. Those principles actually apply in most of the cases. How we're implementing the digital readiness check? In Germany, it's mainly within one institution, within a unit called Digital Service. It's a private, it's a company owned by the government. It's a design, software development, consulting house, so to say, company. And it's been really developing digital check as a change process, recognizing that legal drafters, some of those concepts are not familiar to them. Some of the tools and methods that we might be using in design, in product design, in service design, in software development might be quite new, might not be familiar to an average legal drafter who has a very good but traditional legal education. So it's a change process, recognizing that you need support, you need good practice examples, you need training, and essentially you need essentially people, experts, being able to actually help and work with you, alongside you, to help you sort of internalize those principles and actually work with them. And actually, we are sort of thinking of digital readiness check as a product in itself, something that was constantly being developed, and something that we, in agile way, try to, make better and try to improve. And it's something digital service is mainly responsible for, but something that we, as the council or the secretariat of the council, has also been quite involved. Also, the Ministry of Justice, the new Ministry of Digitalization, which has just been formed in Germany, which will take over this sort of policy area, will also be very active in that space. But I think what we ultimately want to do is we want to go beyond the checklist. Because to be honest, it is still sort of a checklist. And actually, what we want to do is we want to get to the point where we're not talking about digital readiness check or digital check. This is just the way we work. This is just, we want to mainstream those principles and those tools and methods into everyday work of legal drafters in the ministry. So we don't want to have a checklist with documentation. We want to actually have those tools like design thinking workshops actually being applied across the board when relevant. They're not always relevant, but actually being mainstreamed and being sort of one of the instruments in the toolbox that legal drafters have. And one example, and that links into what Mr. Schmidt already presented, is the digital readiness check has visualization modeling as a central element, as a central tool and method that could be used as part of digital readiness check. And it's something obviously very new to many legal drafters. Obviously, the main reason for doing that is to say, well, actually, if we're translating something into software, at some point in time, it will need to be translated into a process, whether it's done by consultants, done by software developers. But actually, we can start thinking about the processes already at a very early stage, already when we're drafting a legal text. But once again, the rule mapping example that Mr. Schmidt just presented, that's something that's been there before, and it's something that's always relevant. It's not just relevant in digital space. But what we can do with the digital readiness check is sort of push some of those tools, a little bit further and help them sort of be a bit more mainstreamed into the way ministries work and the way legal drafters work. So what I want to leave you today with is this thesis that digital readiness is not just about digital. It's a way of thinking about lawmaking that could always apply. It's a way of sort of mainstreaming some of those tools and methods that you might see from a design, product development, software development world, which are relevant to legislation and useful ways of thinking. And with something like digital readiness check or digital ready legislation, we can mainstream them into the way we work as legal drafters, the way ministries work, the way governments work, and the way we think about lawmaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you. Very interesting indeed. I think we will, as I said, we will discuss this in more detail. We can do after the section, during the coffee break, or during the Q&A questions. But I would like to give floor to our final panelist of this section. Number one is Mr. Adham Khudaykulov. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to be. I'm an economist by training, but I'm super delighted to be invited to speak at this conference and give my holistic view how regulatory policy works from an economics perspective. And my tongue and my language might differ entirely from yours because I'm not, as I said, I'm not a lawyer by training. But, and also I have to stress that my analysis are going to be on more policy level and macroeconomic. So just bear with me. It's, this entire presentation is stemming from my dissertation, a PhD dissertation, which analyzed basically the economic impact of regulatory policy in developing countries, specifically Central Asian countries. So, my topic is, as you see, nexus of state regulation and economic development in transition economies. I chose my own region, Central Asia, as a case in point. Why? Because it's the development of regulatory policy is somehow unique in this region because we are coming from entirely a state-regulated policy system, communist system, and also these countries share common culture, history, and political-economic past, being part of Soviet Union for about 70 years, and also acquired independence at the same period of time, early 1990s, and adopted almost similar development path based on the market economy. We wanted to deregulate the economy and chose the path towards a market economy. And interesting thing that we established almost identical state bodies and regulatory institutions as well as frameworks. So that's why I had a moral right to make a comparative analysis of these countries. So this region is super rich in different commodities, economic commodities, and we have a very fertile land, favorable climate, and good skills in the infrastructures, and so on and so forth. And countries are super rich in mineral resources. So it's why I'm using this economic landscape as a context, because it's very difficult to assess the economic development, economic growth of these countries, excluding this economic and factors. So, and another interesting thing is almost all countries of the region have demonstrated similar economic growth path, demonstrating overall 6% GDP growth throughout these years. So this, in terms of course, this is different language. From the economics perspective, it's and even according to OECD standards, it's a very astonishing outcome. Yes. But for the economist, being economist, for me, it's important to understand if the institutional aspects, institutional development has any contribution to economic growth whatsoever in this region. So that's why I said, all the things being equal, economic impact of regulatory policy is super important to understand whether institutional, institutional aspects have contributed to the growth. We have a very strong debate in economic regulation literature, and we have a classical dichotomous market versus state. So market economists believe that any regulation imposes unnecessary burdens and restrictions on the market. And regulation discourages the initiatives and prevent economy from full efficiency. And we believe that economists' hidden hands of the market is capable of handling all market failures and inefficiencies and no need for the regulation. But there are some opponents to this view. Some people think that the regulation corrects inefficient and inequitable market practices. This is also important assumption. And people believe the areas of vital national interest, for example, security, defense, and infrastructure, and so on and so forth, require state regulation and intervention. And private sector is sometimes considered to be self-interested, so cannot address public and social issues at the expense of their own. But we know that now regulation is ubiquitous, so we cannot consider and think of any country without a regulation. So we are over-regulated sometimes, even in the countries that we consider they're deregulated from certain perspective. Now, focus of the debate shifted towards good effect, which is effective, and bad, ineffective regulation. Many studies provide a positive correlation, positive relationship between good regulation and growth. But still, we have not, universal understanding of the good regulation, how good regulation works, and what are the principles of the good regulation. And this comes from the some sort of misconceptualization of the good regulation. So we haven't, as an economist and policy level, experts have not concluded their analysis, their conceptualization of good regulation. But the narrow conceptualization, which basically dominates the stage currently, regulation often is understood as merely an issue of technical design of the most appropriate regulatory instruments. So, but I have tried to give my own conceptualization of regulatory policy. So I have developed a three-pillar analysis of the regulatory policy, which includes regulatory quality, and you use the term ex-ante regulation. So how you develop a comprehensive regulatory framework, regulatory instrument. And the second pillar would be government effectiveness, how government is ready in terms of implementation, how they can, developing is one stage of regulatory policy. Second would be the how government is enforce it. And of course, the rule of law would be the third pillar, which basically, how you conceptualize. Rule of law is how you enforce the rules by, regulatory bodies, for example, how justice system is working, how the court system is enforcing the rules, how they're preserving the rule of law in for example, prosecutors, of how they're preserving the rule of law in. So with these three, this is an explanation how I have conceptualized these three pillars. First one reflects the ability of the government to create the sound regulatory framework. The second one portrays the quality of public service in policy planning and implementation. The last, as I said, reflects the public confidence, of course, in and abide by the rules of society. This is how you come to a proper regulatory policy. This is how you basically, to my understanding, qualify the quality of regulatory policy. This is how regulatory policy cycle, to my understanding, works. So regulatory framework, which is a regulatory quality, and regulatory delivery, which means government effectiveness, and enforcement and justice covers the rule of law. But just to give me a second, this comes. And my aim was to understand whether this regulatory policy instruments, regulatory quality, government effectiveness, and the rule of law have contributed to the economic growth of the countries. And how I developed my data to basically to back up all these, pillars and assumptions. So I adopted the World Bank Worldwide Governance Indicators. We call it WGI. Indicators are created out of more than 100 perception-based individual data resources provided by various NGOs, think tanks, and research and public sector institutions. And I created a composite policy indicator using for the regulatory policy, created out of 3 individual indicators. So as I said, regulatory quality, government effectiveness, and rule of law. And I have taken the time span of 20 years. So from early 1990s up until, 2020. And also, some economic determinants were used as a control variable. For example, I have to omit certain variables in order to avoid certain statistical biases. I omitted natural resources factor, government expenditure, remittances, which basically, they have lion's share in economy. That's why you have to omit from your analysis. So I directly go to the results and findings to my analysis because I don't want to show statistical analysis and outcomes, but I directly go to the results and findings, and the model was statistically significant, and I was really happy to find out that I have correctly used the methodology, and the indicators were right. So when individual indicators assessed separately for all 5 Central Asian countries, regulatory framework and government effectiveness indicators had a significant positive impact on the growth, which means we have more or less good regulations. We're adopting international best practices because in many instances we haven't created any bicycle. We have adopted and incorporated international best practices into our regulatory context. And also government effectiveness means we have 90-something% educated people, and the education system that we adopted, inherited from Soviet Union, was not bad. I mean, we didn't have any human resources problem in terms of the implementation, so to speak. But the third pillar, third indicator, the rule of law indicator, showed a negative impact. So, which means when you analyze an overall regulatory policy, from an overall regulatory policy perspective, regulatory policy did not have any contribution to economic development due to weak law enforcement and justice system. So this is interesting finding. Sometimes we puzzle ourselves why certain regulations are not working. We have developed a good framework. We have nice institutions out there. So we have a regulatory impact assessment centers with 30 and plus individuals educated, tested out abroad. But why it's not working? Because we have to use systemic analysis in order to understand why regulations are not producing, desired outcomes. So as you see here, if one aspect or one, indicator of regulatory policy is somehow lagging behind, you cannot expect your regulatory policy to be efficient and effective. So, and you can see regulatory quality is not too bad in some kind. Of course, I have compared with Singapore, which is on top of everything, just to show you how we are performing in terms of the regulatory quality. So certain countries, as you see here, not doing pretty bad. I mean, they are comparable with European, Eastern, and Central European standards. But government effectiveness in some countries are doing well, but in terms of the rule of law, you see no one is behind 40 percentile and compared to Norway, which is basically also have demonstrated 100% performance, but a rule of law indicator is lagging far behind compared to world standards. So, of course, I have to acknowledge that there is a huge ambiguity of measuring the economic impact of regulatory policy. And even at the beginning of the research, I have a prior belief that I'm doing a very ambiguous job. So in ideal case, economic impact of regulation should be quantifiable using monetary values, but it's not always possible because it's regulatory policy is a qualitative phenomenon in nature, so it's super difficult to quantify qualitative variables. So reliability of international indexes and their methodology is also, one of the ambiguities of this research, and actual regulatory environments usually considerably differ from the formal, or you call it de jure regulatory framework that regulatory institutions establish. And also, it was super difficult to exclude the role of so-called confounding and all other external factors, for example, political instability, education level, natural resource, and so forth. And also bias that we have during the field work, and sometimes, and I have to stress that I have done, around 1 year field research across Central Asian countries, and I have spoken more than 200 regulatory policymakers. And of course, the problem with expression, expression and freedom and certain restrictions, if you contact with the existing functioning state bodies and policymakers, of course they have certain level of restrictions and problems with the freedom of expression. That's we acknowledge this as a bias. So I have analyzed the content of business regulatory frameworks, examined the institutional capacities and rights and responsibilities of regulatory bodies, including the justice system. And all I have done is through unstructured interviews with public officials and business, and look at the findings of qualitative research. Regulatory framework of market regulation is well established, corresponds with international standards. This is basically stressed by everyone in a regulatory policy level in all countries, because they usually adapt, sometimes imitate the regulatory framework established elsewhere in Europe or somewhere. So also institutional settings, and I have to, I had an, prior, plan to check whether they have a checks and balances system and how the delivery units are working, how regulatory frameworks are established. Do they go ex ante analysis or ex post analysis? How they do regulatory impact assessment, and also enforcement, and how the prosecutor's office, which is unique in this country, how they preserve the rule of law. So the institutional framework, institutional settings were okay in all countries, but the problem was regulatory compliance almost in all countries. Compliance with and adherence to law are not effectively ensured due to the following issues, and I have, I don't know, I have omitted that slide and probably share later on, but when I compared my analysis, juxtaposing the findings, the qualitative and quantitative analysis, those analyses have revealed that the regulatory changes and reforms carried out in regional countries since the breakdown of USSR have not made any significant contribution to economic growth. So that means economic growth have been due to other economic factors. So hence, improvements on the regulatory design and institutional arrangements alone cannot ensure economic prosperity unless effective regulatory implementation and enforcement systems are in place. This equally applies to all Central Asian countries. And of course, we need institutional reforms. It's indispensable. Without sound property rights, effective rule of law, and transparent regulations, the intended reforms cannot be delivered effectively. If institutional reform is delayed, other reforms are unlikely to produce significant benefits. So delayed reforms defer sustained recovery and increase the risk that growth will be reversed. So my final address would be, we have to, when we develop a regulatory policy, we have to consider effective implementation and rule of law in enforcement systems equally with regulatory framework and institutional settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khudaykulov. Indeed, very, very good research and interesting facts. But I would like to mention just one point regarding our session, is that we a little bit behind the schedule because of the timing. So I have a proposal whether we should continue with the second session straight away, or and skip the Q&A session, or again skip the Q&A session and have a coffee break. So coffee break or a second session? Coffee break. Huh? 5 minutes, okay. 5 minutes for coffee break. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Khudaykulov and the panelists. Thank you. having their coffee. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, to our session, Modern Regulatory Policy, Trends and Perspectives. And the second part of our session called New Frontiers in Implementation, Experiments, Sandboxes, and Tech-Driven Regulation. So we dive a little bit further, deeper to the topic. And I'm honored to present you our panel of experts for the second part of the session. Mr. Ilhom Abdullayev, chairperson of the Committee on Innovative Development and Information Technologies at the Legislative Chamber of the Oli Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan, our parliament. So his topic would be legislation on legal experiments and regulatory sandboxes in Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next expert is Ms. Jurgita Malinauskaite from United Kingdom, UK. Jurgita is professor of law and the head of Brunel Law School. Prior to committing herself to academia, she served as a competition lawyer, my colleague, I may say, and at the Competition Council of Lithuania. She is also a visiting professor at Vytautas Magnus University, Lithuania, and Jurgita's research expertise lies in competition law, energy law, and waste law. Jurgita will explore for us smart regulation pillars for agile economics. And next panelist, next expert is Dr. Margarita Amaxapoulou. She's from also United Kingdom, researcher at the Faculty of Law, University of Oxford. She has been recently awarded prestigious Leverhulme Trust Early Career Fellowship to lead an innovative cross-disciplinary project in artificial intelligence regulation. Margarita will be challenging us to weight artificial intelligence sandboxes against human rights. And of course, Mr. Seo Bo Kyung from Korea. Mr. Kyung is General Director at Bureau of Legislation on Economic Affairs, Ministry of Government Legislation of Korea. So thank you, everyone, and let me provide the floor to our first expert, Mr. Ilhom Abdullayev. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Большое спасибо организаторам за возможность выступить на этом мероприятии. Я буду говорить в своем выступлении о таком инструменте, как правовой эксперимент. Сам я не являюсь юристом, поэтому, может быть, в моем выступлении вы найдете какие-то неточности, противоречия с положениями юридической науки. В данном случае я исхожу из того, что 6 марта Кабинет министров в порядке законодательной инициативы внес в парламент проект закона о правовом эксперименте. Этот закон 15 апреля проект закона был 15 апреля принят в первом чтении. Сейчас мы находимся в стадии подготовки второго чтения. Были проведены достаточно большое количество различных встреч с представителями экспертного сообщества, учеными, разработчиками законопроекта. И больше наши впечатления и моя сегодняшняя информация с точки зрения того, как воспринимают в обществе, как воспринимают те люди, которые завтра будут исполнять закон, нормы проекта данного закона. Если говорить о принятии законов, то правовой эксперимент у нас в чистом виде проводился и применялся в 2013 году, тогда, когда был подготовлен проект закона об открытости деятельности органов государственной власти и управления. Было принято отдельное распоряжение президента Республики Узбекистан, и на территории двух областей, это Бухарская и Самаркандская области, был объявлен территорией для проведения правового эксперимента по подготовленному проекту закона об открытости деятельности органов государственной власти и управления. В соответствии с положениями данного документа 60 органов территориального управления в Бухарской области и 74 в Самаркандской области попали под действие эксперимента. Были созданы экспериментальные группы рабочие в центре здесь, в Ташкенте, и на местах, которые разработали методику и в соответствии с экспериментальными нормами, вошедшие в проект закона, начали мониторинг, отслеживание, сбор материалов и анализ поступающей информации. Был сделан большой объем работы. Ну, наверное, вспоминать все не стоит, но, например, могу сказать то, что если по обращениям граждан до принятия этого закона норма была в законодательстве, что орган госуправления имеет право в течение до 30 дней рассматривать, то в соответствии с положением закона норма эта была в 2 раза уменьшена до 15 дней, а для средств массовой информации до 7 рабочих дней. Вот показательно то, что все это имело практическое значение. Наши группы мониторинга, они просто ходили с хронометражем по каждому обращению, которые поступали. Где-то мы просили ННО и различные другие организации, чтобы стимулировать больший поток информации, чтобы все-таки стресс-тест был для служб, которые работают с обращениями. И вот различные вот такие вот наши эксперименты позволили нам определить этот срок, что в принципе организации могут справиться с этим, то есть были там предложения и до 3 дней для средств массовой информации, но вот это было вот оптимальным решением. Что касается норм того проекта закона, который мы сегодня сейчас рассматриваем в законодательной палате. Он цельный закон, он сделан в соответствии разработан в соответствии со стратегией развития нашей страны до 30 года. Значит, в себя он вбирает основные положения, которые в целом должны полностью регламентировать сами процедуры проведения правового эксперимента. Сам термин, как я говорил, для нашей законодательной базы национальной, он не новый. Наряду вот с практическим опытом могу сказать, что в самом законе о нормативно-правовых актах в 34 статье есть отдельная статья, которая посвящена правовому эксперименту, дано определение, даны цели, задачи, когда проводится такой правовой эксперимент. Цель этого закона, еще раз повторюсь, сделать некий такой практический закон прямого действия, который позволит четко определить различные этапы. Говоря о тонкостях того, что разрабатывалось, что обсуждалось в подготовке ко второму чтению, надо сказать о том, что важна сфера применения закона. Разработчики постарались указать те сферы, где этот закон не распространяется, действие этого закона не распространяется на эти сферы. Но сразу было сказано, что вряд ли мы вспомним все сферы, и когда-нибудь что-нибудь останется что-то за пределами. То есть вообще, в принципе, везде ли можно экспериментировать, везде ли можно делать правовые эксперименты. Интуитивно, конечно, ответ отрицательный. Ясное дело, что никому не понравится, например, если в кадровых каких-то вопросах там приходят люди и говорят там, министру или кому-то: собирайтесь, выйдите, год идите погуляйте, мы делаем эксперимент, ваше министерство отменяется, должности сокращаются, этих людей не будет. Через год, если мы проведем успешный эксперимент, вы вернетесь или не вернетесь. То есть, ну, понятно здесь. Например, естественным образом понятно, что нельзя, например, играть с административным делением, например, с государственной границей. Нельзя экспериментировать, например, сказать: давайте какую-то часть территории госграницы подвинем, поэкспериментируем, через какое-то время посмотрим, правильно сделали или неправильно. Интуитивно понятно, но как это в нормах должно выглядеть, то есть мы склоняемся к тому, что, в принципе, те нормы, положения, которые права и интересы граждан, закрепленные в Конституции, уже закрепленные в Конституции, не могут быть выставлены в смысле подвержены механизму правового эксперимента. Такое вот достаточно широкое требование, но логика здесь понятна, то что проведение правовых экспериментов не должно затрагивать основные права наших граждан, и жизнь общества не должна подвергаться какому-то вот такому экспериментированию. Значит, следующий вопрос, с которым столкнулись, то, что проект закона подразумевает то, что под правовой эксперимент попадает уже принятый нормативно-правовой акт. То есть нормативно-правовой акт принимается, и в нем именно говорится о том, что этот данный нормативно-правовой акт принимается в порядке правового эксперимента. Здесь есть несколько таких вот принципиальных моментов, о которых стоит, конечно, поговорить. То есть первое, вот когда мы делали самаркандский эксперимент и бухарский, значит, разговор шел о проекте закона. Здесь чем модель сама несовершенна? Когда вы ставите проект закона и проводите правовой эксперимент, если, скажем, какие-то должностные лица или кто-то, скажем, какие-то субъекты действуют фактически не в правовом поле. То есть, если говорить о том, что право должно действовать, скажем, через систему какой-то ответственности юридически определяемой, по проекту закона вы не сможете наделить, то есть сформировать вот это правовое поле ответственности на всех субъектов, на всю территорию, там, где вы проводите правовой эксперимент. Скажем, грубо говоря, если кто-то вот, по открытости, например, игнорирует какие-то нормы открытости, то чтобы заставить его, этого должностное лицо, именно в 15 дней обрабатывать, чтобы он чувствовал, что если он до 16 дней будет доводить, его там ждет штраф или еще что-нибудь, вы не можете это сделать, потому что тот сам экспериментальный акт, который вы экспериментируете, он сам не носит обязательного характера. И вторая часть, если от этого отказаться и сказать, что под эксперимент уже должен идти тот нормативно-правовой акт, который уже принят в установленном порядке и вступил в силу, то здесь вторая часть появляется. Тогда зачем нужен вообще правовой эксперимент? То есть только для того, чтобы, скажем, оценивать, вести мониторинг, подводить анализ и через какое-то время при каких-то вариантах приступить к тому, чтобы пересматривать этот акт, это возможно в отношении и любого другого нормативного акта, в котором и не указано, что этот акт был принят в рамках правового эксперимента. Потому как вот такая вот дилемма существует, то есть, но для того, чтобы сформировать именно правовое поле, остановились на концепции того, что все-таки под правовые эксперименты будут попадать именно акты, которые уже приняты в установленном порядке. Я думаю, вопросов в связи с этим, с проведением эксперимента, наверное, еще будет, много. Мы еще время некое имеем для того, чтобы обсудить. Если сегодня будут возникать какие-то предложения, то мы с удовольствием, конечно, рассмотрим. И вот, в принципе, можно обращаться в наш вот профильный комитет по вопросам инноваций и информационных технологий. Мы с удовольствием рассмотрим. А на сегодня, я думаю, для доклада достаточно. Большое спасибо.
Ильхам Аге, большое спасибо вам за такой подробный доклад и то, что действительно закон об экспериментах, это как раз видно, что реформы Узбекистана идут в ногу со временем, с глобальными трендами. Вот сейчас наши следующие эксперты как раз поговорят о песочницах, об их эффекте, да, на вообще развитие. Спасибо большое, Ильхам Аге. Вопросы мы, наверное, примем в конце нашей сессии, дорогие участники. So, dear guests, let me give floor to our second expert, to Jurgita Malinaskaus. Please, floor is yours. Thank you.
Sorry, you can hear me now. Thank you for inviting to this fantastic, insightful conference. I really want to thank the organizers and especially the Ministry of Justice. Thank you. Today I'll be talking about smart regulations to elevate innovation and economic growth. So first of all, you know, we are living in a different environment right now. So I'll quickly introduce digital landscape and different business models. So my presentation today will be more focused on a competition law perspective as well in terms of consumer protection. So smart regulations, you know, I'm calling in this presentation that we need to introduce a smart regulation, and how I defined it, it's based on 5 pillars. And in terms of more specific aspects, I'll cover today new developments in the EU, more specifically the EU Digital Markets Act, and to follow in the UK. In the UK, we have this new Digital Markets and Competition and Consumer Act. And finally, some concluding remarks on the future prospects. So, digital landscape. So, digital businesses, they have different business models. And for regulators, obviously, they started facing new challenges, how to understand these new business models. Looking at competition law, so as you can see, we have quite a few cases. The European Commission issued fines, significant fines on digital businesses. So let's start with the Google shopping case. You can see the fine of 2.42 billion euros imposed for abuse of dominant position in terms of self-preferencing. And last year, the Court of Justice confirmed the Commission's decision. So self-preferencing, one of those things that, you know, digital businesses, they cannot do. It is illegal, and, you know, they will be fines imposed. We also have Apple was fined recently as well by European Commission for abusing its dominant position in respect of distribution of music streaming apps to iPhones and iPad users, more specifically imposing the so-called anti-steering provisions. And it was about 9 years investigation that started because of complaint from Spotify. So new features of high-tech markets. It is market power. You know, we have really concentrated businesses. So with a few powerful platforms, we call it winner takes it all. So we have network effects. The, you know, value of product or service increases, more users are using it. Data-driven advantages. You know, now we have another recent case, Meta case of Facebook. Facebook collects so much personal data of users. Lack of multi-homing, so lock-in effects that, you know, switching costs quite high for consumers. Behavior biases. Exclusivity arrangements, quite a few customers nudging, you know, how many of us, as consumers, we get, you know, all this nudging to buy products. And especially businesses, they are using techniques like, this is the last minute that we can offer this product for such a cheap price, according to businesses. Then lack of transparency. Because, you know, terms and conditions sometimes when we agree, we don't read them as users because they are so complex and so long. So basically, business operates now using really complex, multi-sided markets. And therefore, for regulators are facing these challenges to understand these new business models and how to regulate them. So I was looking, from as an academic, like what challenges and opportunities. Obviously, opportunities, we have more data-driven decisions that we can really use softwares to help us in our automate routine tasks, for example. We can also use technology to improve our operations. But the problem, obviously, that was already discussed in the previous panel, we are facing some challenges, especially like that regulations are lagging behind. Innovation and technology improve so quickly. So we have this pacing problem. We need to design fit for purpose regulatory frameworks, and it is really in the EU. It is constantly the Commission, acknowledges that and calls for review their regulations. When we have regulatory enforcement challenges, one thing to have modern regulation, smart regulation, but then it has to be enforcement mechanism to support it. And then institutional and transboundary challenges. Because, as I said, businesses now operate in such a complex environment that the authorities, the regulators, we need to communicate to each other. I always, when you're thinking about innovation, so I always say, to what extent regulations, are they enablers or they are preventers? To what extent we need regulations to make sure that we do not prevent innovation. And then, in academia, it's always this question of over-regulation versus under-regulation. To what extent we need to draw that line. So I always say we need to think about balancing approach in that context. So smart regulation, I call it in this presentation, is the way forward in this environment. It's just because, we need to have this new groundbreaking approach to govern technologies in digital markets. So we need to ensure that, we foster innovation and economic growth, but then on the other hand, we need to ensure that we have fair competition in digital markets, and consumer protection is very important as well. Though smart regulations, like as a concept, is not completely new. So we have already in 1998, Gurningham and others, they advocated this concept of smart regulation, referring to a form of regulatory pluralism, embracing flexible, imaginative, and innovative forms of social control. They kind of had this hypothesis of using multiple rather than single policy instruments and a broader range of regulatory actors. Looking at the EU as well introduced smart regulation as a concept in 2010. Smart regulation is about the whole policy cycle. It's not just one-off. It is from design of a piece of legislation to implementation, enforcement, evaluation, and revision. Revision is very important. So in this case, we have constant oversight and improvement of regulations. From a more theoretical point of view, I focus on the 5 pillars of this pro-innovation regulation that regulators should implement. So to start with adaptability. So adaptability, we need to encourage and safeguard innovation. So it is very important that, regulation keep pace with innovation and remains fit for purpose. So like, as I mentioned before, in the EU, we have constant fitness check. It's obviously, as a regulation, we need to look for any risk associated. But it is also looking at creating opportunities. So, that concept of regulations being enablers for innovation. Second point I want to make, it's about trust. So trust is really important. And coming from Lithuania, and I remember in post-Soviet regime, we really had to work hard to make sure that society would trust regulators. So in this context, clarity, transparency, accessibility, it is very important. And to have that mutual understanding. So regulation needs to be easy to understand and accessible. Also giving confidence to, let's say, long-term investment. So we need investors, obviously, if we think about innovation. But then on the other hand, we also need to ensure consumers assurance. So trust works in different ways. Collaboration. So this is the third pillar. National collaboration, international collaboration. So for any regulations, especially in business, if we talk about trade crosses borders, so international collaborations are very important. And obviously we have different interactions at different level. So we have standards organizations, trading partners, when we are talking about the supply chain, commercial institution, financial markets, and civil society. Because, to have the social acceptance is very important nowadays. Experimentation, I think we will have other panel members talking a bit more specifically on this one. So Sandbox, it is obviously a tool to support innovation, to create the safe space for new technologies and new policies. And it gives also that collaborative environment. I think I want to stress that collaboration is very important, where all parties, they come together and discuss, explore opportunities. As I said, it's very important for innovation. And then, identifying if there are any barriers and, how to overcome them. Just a few examples, like, the UK sandboxes, and as I said, I'll focus later on Digital Markets Act. So the UK has some specific digital security sandbox based on to test distributed ledger technology, or also known as blockchains. So, obviously it can create all different new opportunities not to have that centralized, authority or oversight. But then on another hand, obviously it can compromise overall market functionality and stability. So, we need to have the sandbox to explore experimentation. And we have other regulators that we use sandboxes right now and open for innovation and new ideas from businesses, like Financial Conduct Authority has this one as well, open for sandboxes, Information Commissioner's Office, and Ofgem energy regulator. Finally, it is important, and again, it was already mentioned, entrepreneurship. So it is important to have this idea of having, proportional approach, meaning that we do not impose some sort of unnecessary bureaucracy on businesses. And, allowing them, as I said, regulations shouldn't be about some sort of red tape imposed on businesses. So that dialogue really helps in this regard. And moving quickly to some specific examples, like, for example, the EU has digital strategy that already was introduced in 2020. So obviously they made concern that, that large online platforms, there are only a small number of players and they accumulate large amount of data. And the Commission considered how the best to address more systematic issues related to platforms and data, including by ex-ante regulation, if appropriate, to ensure the markets stay open and fair. And that led to what we have right now, the Digital Markets Act, which is still, quite new. So the main aim is, that to make the markets in the digital sector fair and more contestable. What the Commission proposed in this Digital Act, and it came into force, it identified the criteria for gatekeepers. So now we have about 6 gatekeepers identified by the Commission. It's like Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, or as probably we all know as TikTok, Meta, Microsoft. These gatekeepers, they have special obligations. And the Commission proposed this kind of list. I won't go through it. So those, it is obligations that gatekeepers must comply, and then don'ts, meaning what we should not do. And as I mentioned before, like, for example, no self-preferencing in ranking, what was based on the Google case. Moving to the UK, mindful about the time. So the UK has again the renewed Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Act. As you can see, it combines provisions in terms of digital markets related to competition law and consumer protection. So the main aim of this act is to unlock opportunities to enhance innovation, investment, growth across the UK tech sector. And the government imposes this idea on CMA, Competition and Markets Authority, which is the main regulator of competition law, and it's also regulator of consumer protection. So to make sure that the way we enforce this act, it would be pro-innovation, pro-investment, and pro-economic growth. However, on the other hand, it also needs to ensure that we have this fair market, fair digital markets, and we offer the best services and goods for consumers. So how we defined it, as you can see, in the UK, they have slightly different approach. In EU, they have gatekeepers. UK is strategic market status. That's how CMA defines it. And it is also imposing some conduct requirements. For example, dealing with like 3 main requirements: fair dealing, open choices, trust, and transparency. It also includes positive obligations and obligations to prevent. So, for example, it has some blacklists that includes, we all seen these kind of fake reviews that businesses they like online. So this is now unlawful. And also sometimes, you have, as I mentioned before, that consumer nudging technique, where businesses, they say, oh, this price is available only for such a limited time. Then the CMA can also propose a so-called pro-competition intervention, meaning that, they say that these strategic market status businesses that we have the status, we need to divest some part of businesses because it just won't have fair competition on the market. And very quickly, some recent examples we don't have in the UK, so referring back to the EU, the DMA. So recently the Commission imposed a fine on Meta of 200 million euros in terms of consent of pay advertising model, basically meaning that users either have to consent, and basically it was based, you agree with GDPR protection, so you don't have any choice as consumers, or you have to pay. And we accumulated lots of personal data, like Facebook, could trace your personal information from, let's say, back to 2004, which is rather scary. It was also Apple for non-compliance decision that I already mentioned, anti-steering terms. And very quickly concluding remarks, future prospects. So as I mentioned before, we really have complex digital markets, really complex business models. So we need to think outside the box. And I mentioned briefly, like, for example, competition law as we have right now and tools we have right now was not sufficient. So therefore, regulations were introduced, and it is more ex-ante regulations. So new approach, I would say, to regulate these digital markets, it's smart regulation is the way forward. It could be regulatory sandboxes that could be facilitated with regulatory dialogue and flexibility to support innovation. And I'm giving as an example, new UK Act, that it should be interpreted like pro-growth and pro-investment intervention. Thank you. Rahmat.
Jurgita, thank you very much. My microphone wasn't working for a while. So, very interesting insights, especially regarding competition regulations. Since we're going behind the schedule again, so I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kyung, please, with your presentation. Sharing lessons from our world's most successful sandbox systems in Korea. Thank you.
박 과장님, 이거 프레젠테이션 주신 거예요? 안 나오는데. 아, 됐다. 오케이. Okay, hello, I'm Bo Kyung-seo, Director General of the Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today at the Tashkent Law Spring 2025 on the introduction of a regulatory sandbox in Korea. Korea has introduced and continued to develop regulatory sandbox in the field of ICT convergence since 2019 to promote innovation. I would like to explain the introduction and the performance of a regulatory sandbox in Korea as a springboard for innovation. I will briefly give a presentation about the introduction, key points, current status, and representative case of the regulatory sandbox system. A regulatory sandbox is a system that does not apply all or part of the existing regulation so that new products and services utilizing new technologies can be tested and verified by first launching them on the market under certain conditions. However, the essence of the system is not just to pilot new products and services to the market, but also to reasonably improve regulation based on the data collected during the process. The Korean government enacted the Framework Act on Administrative Regulation in 1997 and promoted various efforts to improve administrative regulations. But the fourth industrial revolution, triggered by the development of digital technology, required a different level of effort. In particular, the existing uniform and rigid approval system made it difficult to commercialize new business and new technologies. And even if possible, there still is concern about it could be significantly delayed. In order to improve these issues, in 2017, the government prepared the new government direction for regulatory reform. It made a major policy to shift from a positive regulatory system of regulate first, allow later, to a negative regulatory system of allow first, regulate later. And the introduction of regulatory sandbox system was promoted actively. The introduction progress of regulatory sandbox is as follows. Here are the legal basis for the regulatory sandbox in each sector, as well as the description on system, effective duration, and ministries in charge. Here's a quick overview of the system of regulatory sandbox. First, the prompt verification is a system that allows companies that want to do business using new technology to apply for rapid check if they are unclear about the existence of regulations. And the relevant ministry confirms the existence of regulations within 30 days. And if there is no reply, it is assumed that there are no regulations and the applicant is free to launch the new technology service. The regulatory exceptions for demonstration can be applied for when it is impossible to apply for approval of new technology or service due to the provisions of other laws and regulations, or when it is difficult to implement a business because it is unclear or unreasonable to apply the criteria, specification, requirements, etc. Once the safety is proven, the Act is revised so that the technology service can be utilized and a formal approval can be obtained accordingly. Even if there is a statutory regulation for a new technology or service, if there are no criteria, specification, requirements for that technology or service in the statute, or it is unclear or unreasonable to apply them, it is possible to apply for a temporary permission to commercialize the technology or service. The head of the relevant agency should improve the underlying laws and regulations so that new technologies and services can be approved before the expiration of the temporary permission. I will explain each of these procedures in more detail. I'm especially focusing on regulatory sandbox in the ICT conversions, as today's topic is the regulatory sandbox in the digital economy. A person who intends to conduct business in the field of information and communication conversions applies to the Minister of Science and ICT, hereinafter the Minister, for prompt verification. After receiving the application, the Minister notified the head of the relevant agency of the application and the contents of such application, and the head of the relevant agency must reply within 30 days from the date of receipt of notification on whether the application is regulated or not. If the head of the relevant agency does not reply within that period, it is deemed that application does not fall under the regulation of the relevant agency or does not require approval. The minister must promptly notify the applicant of the reply from the head of the relevant agency or where the applicant's business requires a temporary permission. If upon review by the minister and the head of a relevant agency, there is no need for approval or temporary permission. The applicant is free to provide technology services in the sector of ICT conversions. However, if a permission is required, the head of the relevant agency shall reply to the minister with the conditions and procedures required for the permission. In addition, the head of the relevant agency shall promptly process the permission in accordance with relevant laws and regulations if the application applies for the permission in accordance with the information provided. A person who intends to establish a new business in the field of information and communication convergence may apply to the minister for a temporary permission to commercialize that technology or service. Upon receiving the application, the minister will consult with the heads of relevant agencies present it to the New Technology Service Discussion Committee, and grant a temporary permission after the committee's deliberation and resolution. Meanwhile, the minister may attach necessary conditions to the temporary permission to ensure the stability of new technology and service and to protect users. The minister grants a temporary permission for a period of 2 years, but may extend it once if the law and regulations are not improved before the expiration date. The head of the relevant agency shall revise the law and regulation before the expiration of the effective duration of the temporary permission. The person who has received a temporary permission shall obtain approval in accordance with the law without delay when the relevant laws and regulations are revised. The ICT Convergence Act also stipulates liability for damages for temporary permissions and for the corrective orders or revocation of temporary permission by the minister. If a new technology or service under a temporary permission causes personal or material damage to a user, the temporary permission holder is liable for damages. In addition, the minister may order correction or revoke the temporary permission after deliberation and resolution by the discussion committee in the following 5 cases. A person who intends to conduct business with new technologies and services in the field of information and communication convergence may apply for a regulatory exception to the minister. Upon receipt of the application, the minister notifies the head of the relevant agency who must review the application and report the result to the minister within 30 days. The minister may designate regulatory exception for demonstration after review by the head of the relevant agency and deliberation and resolution by the discussion committee. As with temporary permission, the minister may attach condition to the regulatory exception for demonstration. Regulatory exception for demonstration are valid for 2 + 2 years, like temporary permissions. If a person who has been designated as a regulatory exception for demonstration wishes to extend effective periods, he or she must request the minister and the head of relevant agency to revise the laws and regulations related to the regulatory exception for demonstration, at least 2 months before the expiration date. Upon receiving the request, the head of relevant agency must review the regulatory exception for demonstration, and whether the law needs to be revised, report the result to the discussion committee, and immediately initiate the law revision if safety is proven. In addition, the ministry may grant a temporary permission for new technology and service if it is not clear that they are prohibited under other laws. The minister and the heads of relevant agencies jointly manage and supervise the regulatory exception for demonstration. A person who receives a regulatory exception for demonstration must inform users of the fact of the designation, validity period, and the contents of the technology or service so that they can easily understand it. The law imposes a stronger obligation of person who has received a regulatory exception for demonstration than a temporary permission by requiring the person to actively respond to requests for the safe protection of users' life, health, safety, environment, and personal information. In addition, the minister may order correction and revocation of the regulatory exception for demonstration after deliberation and resolution of the discussion committee in the following 5 cases. Unlike temporary permissions, the regulatory exception for demonstration introduced suspension as a separate safeguard from corrective orders and revocation. The minister may order a suspension of the sale, use, or provision of that technology or service to protect the life and safety of the public when the technology or service under the regulatory exception for demonstration causes or is likely cause significant harm to the life and safety of the public. Let me now explain the features of Korean regulatory sandbox. While other countries' regulatory sandboxes are operated on the basis of a regulatory exception for demonstration, Korean operates a temporary permission system that allows new technology and service to be brought to market immediately, and prompt verification system that allows ministry to quickly check the existence of regulations and notify companies. And if there is no reply, they can start business as if there are no regulation. While other countries mainly focus on financial sector, Korea operates not only in the financial sector, but also in the real economy sectors, including information and communication and industrial convergence. In a private support organization, the Kocham Sandbox Support Center has been established to help companies access the regulatory sandbox more easily. Since the regulatory sandbox was the first introduced in 2019, a total of 1,684 cases have been approved until 2024. By type, 1,503 cases of regulatory exception for demonstration account for 89%, with 119 cases of temporary permission and 62 cases of active interpretation. By sector, ICT convergence accounts for 15% of the total, with 251 cases. Economic impacts studied by the Korean government include inducement, sales increase, and job creation. These are as follows. I would like to introduce the case of intelligent CCTV advanced utilization support service for disaster safety control, which was designated as a regulatory exception for demonstration in March 2025. This service improves the efficiency of disaster and safety control by utilizing original disaster and safety-related CCTV footage held by individual local governments for AI learning, and applying the learned models to the CCTV control system. However, under the current Personal Information Protection Act, CCTV operators must obtain the consent of the data to provide the original video to a third party. So it was virtually impossible for a third-party operator to utilize the original CCTV video held by local governments for AI training. For this matter, the discussion committee designated this operator as a regulatory exception for demonstration with 3 conditions, which are as follows. First, original video data is utilized only for permitted research purpose. Second, no utilization for personal identification purposes, and no provision to third parties. Third, utilize original video data only in a separate space that is blocked from external network access. If the service proved to be reliable and complies with the conditions attached, it is expected to enhance the safety of local residents and dramatically improve the performance of CCTV control system related to disaster and safety. This concludes my presentation on introduction and performance of regulatory sandbox in the Republic of Korea. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kyung. Thank you. I'm certainly sandboxes do boost and innovations, but let's hear from Ms. Margarita Amaxapoulou about how this can affect, or if it can affect our basic rights, that hard-earned our rights. So please, Margarita.
Thank you very much. So I'm delighted to be here today and have the opportunity to present in this esteemed audience and participants here alongside on this panel. I'm aware that my presentation is the only thing that keeps you for your refreshments and lunch, so I'll try to keep it short. So today I'm going to be presenting on the issue of AI sandboxes and human rights. So my presentation kind of, I see this as connecting the dots between the previous presentations that we heard today in this panel, and the title is Innovation Within or Detour Around the Established Rights Frameworks. So just to provide a little bit of background for the people in the room that may not be that familiar with this notion, sandboxes refer to a controlled testing environments. So in other words, we are talking about this very, very early and preliminary stage where a company has a technology in place, but they are unsure of whether this poses any particular challenges, legal challenges, that this would mean that their technology would not be allowed to go out in the market. So what they do is that they collaborate with the regulators saying, oh, here we have something new that we'd like to launch, and we'd like you to look at that in a safe setting. So what does this mean? That the company is confident to show the regulators how their technology works without them being afraid of having a fine on their company. This is the rationale behind the sandboxes. Of course, the aim is to encourage innovation, because we'd like to have in our societies technologies that have the potential to help our lives, make our lives easier, and we wouldn't have this situation if every industry actor was extremely afraid of showing their technology to us, right? As you may have realized from the practice and policy making, AI sandboxes become more and more mainstream, become very popular for governance, and we see them mushrooming in so many different jurisdictions across the world. So this isn't really about one particular region. But the question is whether there are any risks that exist within the sandbox setting, and whether we should ask further questions, even further questions that relate to human rights as well, even in this very, very early and preliminary setting. So with human rights in this presentation, I'm mainly referring to the European setting. So in the EU, we had very recently the implementation of a new law, so the so-called AI Act came into force last year, and a big part of this regulation is currently in force. We also have, in terms of human rights, another instrument called the EU Charter for Fundamental Rights. This second instrument is of great importance, is of constitutional nature in the EU legal order. So for those of you who may not be that familiar with this order, this second instrument is hierarchically lying above the EU AI Act. And we also have in the human rights framework another instrument in the European region, which is called the Convention, the Council of Europe Convention, the ECHR, which is not EU law. It is a convention that is signed by many more member states, and it is a dedicated human rights instrument. So this is what I will be referring to when I'm talking about human rights in this presentation. And AI law, I will be mainly referring to the AI Act. First, I'll say a little bit about the vision of the EU with the AI Act and what EU regulators want to achieve with this new law. Then I'll be talking a little bit about the problem or the risks that I'm currently seeing with how things are unfolding right now. And then I'll draw a little bit on the impact of this interplay between human rights and AI law and how this interplay may impact this early preliminary stage and appear in the sandbox setting. So the vision of the EU regulators is that this new AI law, the AI Act, will be an instrument to further and support human rights protection. So this new law, AI Act, was created with two logics in mind. The first is product safety, so the way of thinking that has informed product safety regulation until now is now being, if you like, is being embedded in this new law. But also this new law has a human rights approach. So the approach here is a combining one, combining the product safety logic and the human rights logic. And the European Commission envisions that this law will guarantee fundamental rights alongside other measures. This is a phrase that I've seen being used in many policy press releases and other policy documents. But the question is, will this work well? Is this vision possible? To illuminate this vision a little bit more, here you see a picture of the recital 9 of the AI Act, and underlined in yellow color, you see that this regulation, this new AI law, should apply without prejudice to existing legal frameworks, and here you see fundamental rights frameworks, and it is seen as complementary to these frameworks. So, as I told you a few minutes ago, this why is this complementary vision seen as such? So the human rights frameworks is traditionally applied always ex post. What does this mean? This means that a human rights violation has already taken place, or allegedly at least. So we have harm incurred, and then we are assessing the situation. And this involves also a case-by-case assessment. Of course, the very famous proportionality principle and its test, and that human rights are adjudicated in a judicial setting, that is. While AI law, this new law, has a different logic, an ex-ante logic, that is based on risks. So it involves a risk identification ex-ante, before anything has taken place yet. And of course, this risk identification relies on probabilities, because of course risks is inherently, the notion of risk is inherently connected to probabilistic assessments. And these risks are supposed to be and aspire to be managed administratively. Here you see some measures and some concrete examples of how this new AI law aspires to protect human rights. So in this new AI law, we have the explicit banning of certain systems that are deemed to be posing unacceptable risks to human rights. For other systems that do not pose unacceptable risks, but they pose high risks, the Act provides that there are certain concrete obligations that AI providers and deployers should meet. And we also have some provisions allowing users that feel that provisions of this new law are infringed upon, they can go and submit a complaint to national authorities. We also have other measures like the requirement for fundamental rights impact assessments for the providers of deployers of high-risk systems. We also have another measure saying that the EU Fundamental Rights Agency will be acting now as an advisor to the AI board, which is a new body. with EU member state representatives. And the Act also requires that these AI deployers are compliant with GDPR, which may trigger human rights violations as well. So these are all measures with which this new law tries to protect and guarantee human rights. Sounds all good to me. What is the problem with this framework? All these measures sound very reasonable. As you may imagine that now it's still early days, and we don't have yet AI cases in front of national authorities or judicial authorities. But as time goes by, you imagine that we will see most certainly cases coming in front of national and judicial authorities. And really, these judicial courts, for example, are used to the human rights logic, human rights courts. So they are used to the notion of harm as something that is done already, to evidence assessment for this done allegedly harm, and they are used to applying the proportionality test, assessing the legitimate aim, the adequacy of the measures, the stricto sensu proportionality test, and so on for those that are have a more human rights background. And they are used to fully realizing these rights. So the courts also see whether we have other rights that may be interfered with, and they may do a balancing exercise as well. While this new AI law has a more, as I told you, an ex-ante logic, a risk-based logic, and it implements some measures that require a more quantitative thinking. So if you want to see what risks are involved, we should have some measurability in place as well, which is connected to more quantitative methodologies. While in the court setting, more qualitative assessments are taking place, as these authorities, administrative or judicial authorities, are very much aware of how these harms and the consequences are also not only experienced, but also perceived due to social or historic factors in each particular setting. So these two logics are not necessarily, it's not a guarantee that they will be working well together. So we may also start seeing an antagonism between the two regimes. But what I just told you is about these cases, and when we have a ready-made case, when we are late in the stage of a case, while the sandboxes are in this very early or preliminary stage. So how does this interplay between human rights and AI law actually emerge in this early setting of the sandbox? So the AI sandboxes are not governed by human rights law. Currently, they are governed by AI law. So we have multiple provisions in AI legislation encouraging the implementation of sandboxes. But these instruments are risk-based, and they have this ex-ante logic. So they frame harm as a risk. So this first thing, this is the first point. It is a conceptual one, that harm is now becoming synonymous to risk. And risk, of course, is a hypothetical future event. For those of you that may have a background in criminal law, you may be familiar with these very different categories with crimes as well, risk-based crimes and actual crimes, and the conceptual divisions there. The thing is that in the sandbox setting, predictability becomes more central. So when we sit around the table, the company and the regulator, they see whether a particular risk is predictable, may arise with this technology. But the problem is that most and many human rights violations are often from unpredictable risks, as we have seen on the news. And this exercise to try and imagine what unpredictable consequences this technology may have is an exercise that is not really prioritized in the sandbox setting, and we don't really have concrete steps to enable this exercise in the sandbox setting. So there aren't any procedural clear guidelines for the actors involved in this exercise. And the other problem is that predicting risks is also something that requires the expertise and the insights of multiple, of different expertises. So what I mean by that is that another risk in the sandbox setting is that people engaged in the exercise and invited in the room may not have the human rights legal expertise required, or they may not come from social sciences. Because who knows about unpredictable consequences? People that are close to society and they have expertise related to societal risks, and not these cannot come from someone who is only technically trained. So another risk is that the acceptability of the risks identified is often measured against innovation metrics. So what are the economic benefits that we can take from this technology? And this is often the measure and the discussion, the focal point of the discussion, which pose this risk of replacing human rights methodology and proportionality. What are the consequences of this phenomenon? So I briefly touched upon this, the first point. So we may have a doctrinal infiltration, so a change in how we think doctrinally about the law and about human rights methodologies, if the elements of the AI law are to be incorporated into human rights cases. The other main issue is that we have the opacity problem, that sandboxes often take place behind closed doors, and as you may imagine, these interactions are often a lobbying terrain. There are people that may try to argue in favor of, for example, growth and innovation, and that in the name of these two, we should be in a position to do some human rights sacrifices, perhaps. So this is the third point, that these are the risks that these considerations may redefine what counts as acceptable for rights interference, which is something that traditionally human rights law deals with, and not metrics about economic growth. So this is this, I think, ties very well with what Mr. Abdullayev said in the beginning, that we may have technological experiments, but human rights are not to be experimented with. So this is what closes my presentation today, that sandboxes have this very positive potential of boosting technological innovation, but we also have a negative potential here. We may see them as potentially a Trojan horse for lowering human rights protection. Thanks very much for your attention, and do feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much, Margarita. And I think we can have a few questions now before we close our session. Please, if you, from the audience, if you have questions to our experts. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for exciting presentations. I had a question for Yurida. You talked about smart regulation, I wondered if you think the current approach in the UK is generally moving in this direction, because with AI we have this idea of pro-innovation regulatory approaches. So do you think the UK governments have been influenced about by smart regulation lately, and do you think that's a good thing?
Thank you, Stelios, for your question. It's a good question. I more have knowledge from DMCCA, because that is kind of my area, so I'm coming from that angle. So in terms of Digital Market Competition and Consumers Act, we can see that the government putting pressure on CMA, Competition and Markets Authority, to make sure that, they will implement, because as I said, it's very new, and new powers they're giving to CMA in April this year. So the way CMA would implement this act, it has to be a really balanced approach. It really encourages collaboration with industry, with innovators. To what extent now, Margarita said about human rights, it would be interesting to see. Obviously, as CMA, consumer protection is key. So I assume that they will go, that approach will have more pro-innovation, open to dialogue, rather than just, what we used to have in competition, just prohibition fines. I think competition tools right now, it's slightly out of date, in a sense that, if you look at litigation now, I mentioned the Google shopping case, it's like 7 years going through appeals until we reach Court of Justice. And then before that, we have investigation. Investigation by the European Commission takes about, 8-9 years when we have complex cases. So litigation really takes forever. So, if we have these regulations, I think we can move much faster. And I do think that the government now is putting pressure on the authorities, public authorities, that it has to be more pro-innovation, more pro-growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jurgita. The other questions, please? Yes. Sure.
Thanks. Hi, Tabea Baumeister, University of Regensburg. I do have a question for the second presentation as well. I was really interested in this concept of smart regulation, and then you talked about the Digital Markets Act, and actually, in my mind, the Digital Markets Act is actually quite a good example where smart regulation does not exist, because looking at the different features, you talked about adaptability. And when I compare it to the regulation of the DMA, I do see that we have a specific list of central platform services and do's and don'ts. So actually, to my mind, there is no flexibility, no adaptability. With the other features as well, there was no sandboxing before adopting the DMA. So I'd be interested in your opinion of whether it's just my possibly a bit negative point of view on the DMA, and whether there are more positive features with respect to smart regulation, or in general, what's your opinion on this? Thank you.
Thank you. And your question to which expert?
Second presentation, the Digital Markets Act and the smart regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your question. And it is a very good observation. Maybe I should have made it a bit more clear. I do agree with you that the EU DMA Act, it is a bit more rigid. So my point in terms of smart regulation was towards the UK's approach, because I do believe, even though we're kind of similar, but we also different. And it will really depends how the authorities they will implement it. But this, DMCCA has this adaptability and flexibility in terms of how CMA will approach, because there are some now indications, some papers that they should introduce sandboxes to look at innovation. So as I said, it's very new, and for DMA, I have some reservation. I'm not so sure if I would call it a smart regulation. But DMCCA, I can see it has more flexibility. The way it's designed, and now, from the talks with CMA, the way they say they will approach implementation of this act and enforcement, I can see that it is potential, has this room for being a smart regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jurgita. Yes, please. We may have the last question, please, because the organizers are warning us about the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My question to the Margarita. You mentioned in your presentation forced implementation of new elements into HR methodologies. Can you be a bit clear of this? What's your point of view? Forced implementation of new elements into HR methodologies.
For some reason, I can't. There is like
Yeah.
the microphone doesn't.
Да, у нас эхо, да, по-моему? Можно звук нам немного подправить? Что-то плохо слышно. У нас вот это вообще не работает, да, у нас микрофон, колонка. Может, повернуть ее?
Is my voice clear?
I think that there is kind of a repetition of the sound. Okay. Sorry, I can't. Can you repeat the question? But I think it's the microphone because it's not the problem with the question. It's the problem with the sound.
Эхо делает, шумят.
Okay.
Sorry, can you? Yes, can you hear the question?
Am I clear right now?
Sure. So, in the human rights setting, the judges are always are used to implementing the traditional human rights methodologies. This often has to do with the proportionality principle, and when they are going through the steps for this, they have to take into account various factors that relate to the context of this particular case. So they may take into account societal conditions, circumstances, historical factors. So they have a broader and more holistic, if you'd like, depiction of what is the situation there to make their decision about whether this measure, act, or omission infringes upon the rights that is at play. The new AI law in the EU takes a more quantitative logic. So it requires that these industry actors implement some measures to have clear numerical representations of risks and their identification and mitigation. So these numerical, more quantitative logic is a requirement under this new legislative regime, this new legislative instrument. The problem is that these measures, while they are reasonably inspired by product safety, because in the product safety frameworks, we often have these requirements that have to do with numerical representation, visualization, potential risks, because all these considerations have to do with safety. Okay. So when we're trying to breach safety and human rights, this is not a merit that it's so easy, yes. Because with the safety considerations, we prioritize these measurability, and this measurability is not very well reflected with qualitative methodologies. So there might be consequences that can't be measured or can't be expressed with the quantitative thinking. The main problem is, and my main concern, is that in the sandbox setting, often people invited in the room, they are either policy people working for organizations responsible to create design policy, and on the other side you have the company people, so which are oftentimes represented by their marketing, business teams, and tech teams. So you have engineers on the table. So my main thing is, of course, this is not something that applying everywhere. I'm just noticing kind of a common trend, if you'd like. And there is a risk there. If there aren't legal experts involved in the sandbox exercise, or even, I may say, social scientists, because also law is a social science in the broad sense. We need people that know the law, and we need people that know the society
and societal consequences, because their insights are very valuable for the potential harms. So we can't expect engineers to be equipped with historical insights, what has happened historically, what is the societal setting here for what might happen. So, of course, their imaginations are great for imagining new things and new solutions, but they can't imagine on their own without the historical and societal training that oftentimes legal experts also have. Because in most law schools in the world, we also have sociology courses or history courses. So the social sciences are more bridged together, if you'd like, while in the tech training, not so much. So I offer this as a call to everybody in the room here, legal experts, to try and be more and more involved in this exercise and kind of discuss this with your policy makers and people in the parliament to actually stress the importance of involving this type of expertise to the sandbox setting as well, and not expecting engineering and business people to imagine harms and bad things that may happen. Because at the end of the day, we want humans to be at the center, and we want these technologies to serve us and to serve our benefits and do no harm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, distinguished panelists, colleagues, and friends. As we conclude this discussion, I want to share my 3 takeaways from this discussion. First one is digital-ready law demands new tools, like Germany's rule mapping and reintegration. It will help us to close the gap between legal intent and this algorithmic reality. The second take is that sandboxes are double-edged swords, right? It can be good and bad. So they accelerate innovations, as we said, like is in Korea, but as Margarita mentioned and reminded us that they must not somehow harm our hard-won human rights. So, and the third one is Uzbekistan's reform aligned with global trends, yet local adaptation is always required, whether it's in artificial intelligent governance or bureaucracy reduction. So to our brilliant panelists, thank you very much for your insights, for sharing your experience and actionable ideas. To our audience, thank you very much for your questions. It shows how these issues are urgent and really urgency of these issues can be seen by your questions. So thank you very much, everyone. So I have 2 announcements. One is lunch today is at the same place as yesterday, Gaia restaurant. So we invite you all for lunch. And the second one, I would ask our panelists, please, to come to stage to take a common picture. Yep, Mr. Schmidt, thank you very much.
Hurmatli hamkasblar, marhamat, barchani o'z o'rnini egallashini so'raymiz. Bizning sessiyamiz boshlanish arafasida. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli tadbir qatnashchilari, barchangizni 4-chi Toshkent huquq bahori xalqaro yuridik forumi doirasida ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyat mamnunmiz. Bugungi sessiyamiz barchangizga ma'lum, nizolarni muqobil hal etishning eng samarali va bizning qonunchiligimizda birmuncha yangi, lekin tarixan olib qaraganda bizni an'analarimizga ancha xos bo'lgan institut, mediatsiya institutiga bag'ishlangan bo'lib, qadimiy an'analarni qayta tiklash yoki nizolarni hal qilishga yangi usul degan ramziy ma'nodagi nom bilan nomlangan. Ijozatingizlar bilan bugungi ishtirokchilarni tanishtirib o'tsam, Kamina Diyorbek Kimsanov, Toshkent Mediatsiya markazi nodavlat notijorat tashkiloti direktori. Bugungi spikerlarimiz ushbu jabhada barcha tajribalarni, an'analarni o'zlarida mujassamlashtirgan bir unikal, beqiyos malakaga ega bo'lgan mutaxassislar deb mubolag'asiz aytishimiz mumkin. Demak, janob Yakub Erikel, Turkiya Respublikasida advokatlar, bugungi kunda Turkiy davlatlar mediatorlar xalqaro uyushmasining prezidenti. Janob Leonardo D'Urso, Italiya Respublikasi hududida faoliyat yurituvchi ADR Center markazi asoschilaridan biri va ijrochi direktori. Ivana Ninchich Osterli xonim, Xalqaro mediatsiya institutining ijrochi direktori. Shuningdek, bugungi tadbirimizda birgalikda ishtirok etayotganlardan janob Danesh Chandran, Osiyo xalqaro arbitraj markazi direktori assistenti hamda Huquqiy rivojlanish xalqaro tashkiloti IDLO'ning mintaqaviy menejeri, bizning yaqin do'stimiz janob Ravshan Abdullayev. Va bugungi tadbirimizni bevosita va eng faol ishtirokchilari bizni tarjimonlarimiz muhtaram Alisher aka va Malika opa. Sizlarga ham katta omad tilaymiz. Ijozatinglar bilan bugungi sessiyamizni ochiq deb e'lon qilsak, o'ylashimcha mavzu juda qizg'in va qiziqarli bo'ladi va ma'ruzalar so'ngida barchangizga savollar bilan murojaat qilish imkoniyatini qoldirishga harakat qilamiz. Unga qadar ketma-ketlikda agarki tadbirni o'ziga kirishadigan bo'lsak, birinchi so'z navbatini janob Yakub Erikelga bermoqchi edik. So'z boshi o'rnida ijozat bersangiz, biz Yakub xo'jam deb murojaat qilamiz ustoz sifatida, chunki bevosita bu mubolag'asiz so'z. Menga 1-2 yil oldin turkiyalik yaqin hamkasblarimizdan biri bu kishi haqida so'z yurita turib, nomer 1 degan gap aytishdi. Ya'ni birinchi raqamli deb. Turkiyada mediatsiyani bugungi kundagi haqiqatda havas qilsa arziydigan bir mexanizmga aylanishida o'zini hayotini, umrini baxsh qilgan shaxslardan biri, har jabhada ustoz nomiga munosib inson. Yakub hocam, söz navbat sizga. Marhamat, xush kelibsiz.
Öncelikle çok teşekkür ediyorum. Tabii ki Özbekistan Adalet Bakanlığımızın misafiri olduğumuza göre öncelikle Sayın Adalet Bakanımıza, sayın misafirlere, sayın hanımefendilere, sayın beyefendilere ve bizi dinleyen buradaki değerli hukukçu meslektaşlarıma öncelikle sizleri en üstün saygılarımla selamlayarak sözlerime başlamak istiyorum. Böylesine muhteşem ve hukuk ile büyük bir organize dolayısıyla Özbekistan'ı tebrik ediyor ve hayranlığımı ifade etmek istiyorum. Ayrıca arabuluculuk oturumu düşünülmüş olması da bu güzel etkinliği taçlandırmış. Çünkü günümüzde 2 tane yükselen değer var. Bunlardan birisi teknoloji ve yapay zeka, İkincisi ise hukukta arabuluculuktur. Aslında arabuluculuk, hukuktaki uyuşmazlıkların çözümünde bir incidir. Arabuluculuk başlı başına hukukun 6G'si, 7G'sidir. Ve adeta hukuk uyuşmazlıklarının çözümünün başlı başına yapay zekası arabuluculuktur. Konumuza gelecek olursak, bana organizasyon tarafından verilen çalışma alanı başlığı yapay zeka arabulucunun yerini alacak mı sorusu. Şimdi ben kısa bir şekilde bir ufuk turu yaparak bir çerçeve oluşturmaya çalışacağım. Hemen herkesin günümüzde sıklıkla duyduğu yapay zeka terimini gerçekte tanımlamak çok kolay olmasa gerekir. Yapay zeka adeta bilgisayarın yapılması zor olan şeyleri başardığı sonucuna bizleri ulaştıran sihirli bir kelime gibidir. İnsanlar tarafından sergilenen doğal zekanın dışında bilgisayar ve makineler tarafından gösterilen zeka olarak da adlandırılması uygun olabilir. Yapay zekanın bilgisayar görüşünü, doğal dil işlemesi, sanal asistanları ve botları, robotik süreç otomasyonunu, makine öğrenimini ve organizasyonlardaki bilişsel süreçleri kapsayan şemsiye terim olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Dahası yapay zeka bir bilim dalıdır ve bu nedenle insanların sinir sistemlerini ve bedenlerini algılamak, öğrenmek, akıl yürütmek ve harekete geçmek için kullanma biçiminden ilham alan bir dizi hesaplama teknoloji olarak da tanımlanabilir. Arabuluculuk, tarafsız arabulucunun taraflara ve avukatlarına çatışmayı çözmede yardımcı olduğunu bağlayıcı olmayan bir süreçtir. Arabuluculuk birçok türde uzmanlık ve deneyim gerektirir. Teknik, yasal düzenlemeler, ticaret, sosyal, psikolojik, hukuk gibi çok sayıda alan yapay zeka deneyimi yoluyla bunlara destek olabilir ve uzmanlara yapay zeka rehberlik edebilir ve onları tamamlayabilir. Böylece arabulucu tarafların iddia edilen ihtilafın değerini gerçekçi bir şekilde değerlendirmelerine yardımcı olabilir. Yapay zeka, müzakerelerde gerekli olan her türlü ilgili belgeleri bulma ve tartışmayı karşılaştırma konusunda tarafsız olan uzmana yardımcı olabileceği gibi bunların görevlendirilmesinde ve atanmasında da rol üstlenebilir. Uzmanına problem çözme ve karar verme konusunda da yapay zeka yardımcı olabilir. Kıymetli dinleyiciler, çatışmanın taraflarına ait bilgileri ve çoklu belgeleri özetlemede kullanılabilir. Bunları arabulucu için özetleyerek NLP ölçeğinde soyutlayıcı, açığa çıkaran cümleler kurulmasına yardımcı olarak sorulara düşünmesini teşvik edebilir, bizzat kendisi sorular da sorabilir. Arabuluculuk sonucunda oluşacak sözleşmelerin dil sadeliğinin sağlanmasını, anlaşılırlığını temin etmeye yönelik tarafların iradelerine uygun tutarlılık kontrolü sağlayabilir. Süreçte belirlenmiş iradenin ilkelerini notlayarak sonuç sözleşmenin önceden tanımlanmış taraf politikaları dahilinde olup olmadığını kontrol ederek düzeltme önerilerinde bulunabilir. Kısa özet bilgiler üzerinden arabuluculuğa bakış açısında bir ufuk turuna destek olmak için yapay zeka, arabuluculuk ilişkisini kısaca sunmaya özen gösterdim. Bu konuda derin çalışmalara ihtiyaç olduğu açıktır. Arabulucular ve alternatif uyuşmazlık çözümlerinin aktörleri olarak bu konularda bilimsel çalışmalar yapmak ve yapay zeka teknolojisinin arabulucuya ve arabuluculuğa sürece desteğini sağlamak önemli bir başlık olarak önümüzde durmaktadır. Sonuç olarak özetlemek gerekirse, insanın doğal zekası ve mantığı ile çözümleri her zaman sürecin ve teknolojik gelişmelerin bir adım önünde olmak durumunda kalacaktır. Yani insan her zaman yapay zekanın bir adım önünde olacaktır. Gelişen süreçte yapay zeka gibi teknolojiler insanlığa, çatışmaların çözümüne ve iş yaşamlarına barışı getirecek olan arabuluculuğa destek birim olarak uzun yıllar görev yapacaktır diye düşünmekteyiz. Birkaç cümlede sizlere Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği hakkında bilgi sunmak istiyorum. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği, alternatif uyuşmazlık çözüm yolu olan Arabuluculuk Kurumu'na ulusal ve uluslararası alanda katkı sunmak amacıyla kurulmuştur. Bildiğiniz gibi arabuluculuk tüm dünyada alternatif uyuşmazlık çözüm yolu olarak gelişmektedir. Tarihi ve kültürel bakımdan uzlaşma ve sulh kültürüyle yetişmiş arabulucular olarak Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği kurma iradesi bu uzlaşı kültürüne kurumsal kimlik kazandırılması amacıyla oluşturulmuştur. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği üyeleri arasında mesleki diyaloğu artırmayı, geliştirmeyi ve işbirliğini sağlamayı, uluslararası arabuluculuk alanında inisiyatiflere yön vermeyi hedeflemektedir. Birliğimiz, medeniyetimizin köklü hukuk birikimi ile yetişen tarihimizin muhteşem arabuluculuk uygulamaları, muslihun ve ahilik hikayeleriyle yetişen alanında başarılı arabuluculardan oluşmaktadır. Birliğimiz bu tecrübe ve bilgi birikiminin üyeler arasında paylaşılması yanında bu birikim üzerinden uluslararası geçerliliği olan standartlar belirlemeyi ve kurumsallaşmayı öncelikli olarak hedefleri arasına almıştır. Arabuluculuk günümüzde ulusal sınırları aşarak uyuşmazlıkların çözümünde uluslararası bir hukuk alanı haline gelmiştir. Uluslararası alanda 7 Ağustos 2019 tarihinde imzalanan Singapur Konvansiyonu arabuluculuk tarihinde önemli bir adımdır. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği motivasyon gücünü Singapur Konvansiyonu'ndan almaktadır. Buradan hareketle birliğimiz ülkeleri arasındaki hukuki uyuşmazlıkların üyeleri aracılığıyla çözüme kavuşturulmasını da amaçlamaktadır. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği en önemli amacı tüm dünyada ulusal ve uluslararası alanda öncü ve örnek bir arabuluculuk markası oluşturmaktır. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği olarak en önemli rehberimiz bilim ve hukuktur. Bu nedenle üniversiteler ve eğitimli arabulucular kuruluşumuzun öncüleri arasında yer almaktadır. Bu ilkeyi benimsemiş her arabulucuyu ve sizleri aramızda görmek bizi mutluluk verecektir. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği arabuluculuk konusunda ulusal ve uluslararası hukuk alanında öncü olmayı, uluslararası uyuşmazlıkların barış yoluyla çözümüne katkı sunmayı misyon olarak benimsemiştir. 20 Kasım 2023 tarihinde kurulan Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği bugüne kadar Azerbaycan, Belarus, Gürcistan, Kazakistan, Kırgızistan, Kosova, Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti, Letonya, Macaristan, Özbekistan ve Türkiye'de çok sayısı uluslararası arabuluculuk organizasyonu gerçekleştirmiştir. Bir yılda yapılan bu çalışmalarla uluslararası alanda 1000'in üzerinde arabulucu meslektaşımızla tanışma ve karşılıklı bilgi alışverişi imkanı elde edilmiştir. Kuruluşunun 1. yılında 20 Kasım 1 Aralık 2024 tarihinde 11 ülkeden 650 arabulucu meslektaşımızın katılımı ile Ankara, Türkiye'de Türk Dünyası 1. Arabuluculuk Şurası gerçekleştirilmiştir. Türk Dünyası 2. Arabuluculuk Şurası 20 Ekim 2025 tarihinde Azerbaycan Bakü'de ve Karabağ'da gerçekleştirilecektir. 10-11 Temmuz 2025 tarihleri arasında Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti ziyaret edilerek Kıbrıs Türk Barolar Birliği ile birlikte Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'nde arabuluculuk yasa çalışmaları konusunda Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti Sayın Meclis Başkanı ve milletvekillerine arabuluculuk uygulamaları ve tecrübe paylaşımı şeklinde sunum yapılacaktır. Sözlerimin sonuna gelirken birkaç konuda daha dikkatinizi çekeceğim bilgi vermek istiyorum. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği, Türk hukuk tarihinde Arabuluculuk Muslihun kitabını tarihteki arşiv kayıtlarından Osmanlıca dili, İngilizce, Rusça ve Türkçe dillerine tüm dünyada meslektaşlarımızın bilgi ve hizmetine sunmuştur. Kitap başlangıçta 700 adet basılmış ve Türk Dünyası 1. Arabuluculuk Şurası'na katılan tüm misafirlerimize dağıtılmıştır. Daha sonra 1000 adet daha basılmış, talep eden tüm meslektaşlarımıza hediye edilmektedir. Sınırlı sayıda getirme imkanımız olduğu için bu panelde de yalnızca katılan meslektaşlarımıza birer adet hediye etmek üzere Muslihun kitabını yanımızda getirdik. Sizlere de bir kapağını bu şekilde göstermiş oluyorum. Hiç kuşkusuz geleceğimizi gençlerimiz inşa edecektir. Bu anlamda geleceğimizin teminatı olan gençlerimiz için üniversitelerde arabuluculuk kültürünün ve eğitiminin artırılması amacıyla üniversitelerde arabuluculuk kulübü kurma çalışmaları başlatılmıştır. Kırgızistan Milli Devlet Üniversitesi, Kırgızistan Türkmanas Üniversitesi, Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt Üniversitesi, Ankara Sosyal Bilimler Üniversitesi gibi 10 üniversitede arabuluculuk kulüpleri kurulmuştur. Bu çalışmalardan amacımız 10 yılda 100 üniversitede arabuluculuk kulübü kurarak 10.000 hukukçu arabulucunun tanışmasını hedeflemekteyiz. Bu amaçla her yıl değişik ülkelerden öğrencilerin katılacağı uluslararası yaz okulları çalışmalarını başlatmış ve ilkini de 2026 yılında Temmuz ayında Türkiye'de yapacağız. Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği hakkında sizlere kısaca bilgi verdim. Şimdi sizlere bu sunum yapmama fırsat verdikleri ve programa davet ettikleri için Özbekistan Sayın Adalet Bakanımıza, Özbekistan Adalet Bakanlığı'ndan Sayın Kurşiman Aytunova ve çalışma arkadaşlarına, Sayın Şaksoda Hanım'a, Tashkent Arabuluculuk Merkezi Müdürü kardeşim Sayın Diyorbek Kimsanova, Özbekistan'da Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği çalışmalarında her daim bizlerle birlikte olan Fazılcal Otaksonov Üstadıma, beni dinleyerek bana büyük onur veren siz sayıcı dinleyicilerimize ve Kırgızistan'dan aramızda olan Kırgızistan Türk Dünyası Arabulucular Birliği temsilcimiz Gülsina Hanım'a ve Kazakistan'dan aramızda olan Candilda kardeşime teşekkür ediyor. Hepinize en derin saygılarımı ve sevgilerimi sunuyorum. Beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum.
Teşekkür Yakup Bey hocam. Darhaqiqat va bugun ko'tarilgan mavzular aslida bugungi kunda hayotimizda o'tib borayotgan voqeliklarni bir описание deymiz-ku. Gромче. Darhaqiqat bugun sun'iy intellekt haqida so'z borarkan, har qanday yurist, har qaysi soha vakili singari aminmizki, o'zi hal etishga qodir. Bu unga raqobatchi bo'ladimi? Uni bozordan siqib chiqaradimi yoki uni malakasini ko'taruvchi, uni qo'lida qurolga aylanadimi? Agar siz uni malakangizga bo'ysundiradigan bo'lsangiz, bu sizni va boshqa hamjamiyatni manfaatli quroliga aylanishi mumkin. Shu jihatdan Adliya vazirligi xabaringiz bor, o'tgan yil dekabr oyida Lexus milliy qonunchilik bazasi negizida Lex AI sun'iy intellektini joriy qildi. Hozirgi kunda barchamizda imkoniyat borki, Lexus portali orqali o'sha sun'iy intellektdan muayyan sohalarda yuridik dastlabki ma'lumotni olish, tadqiqotlar o'tkazish imkoniyati paydo bo'ldi. Nazarimda bu yo'lni boshlashidamiz va o'zaro manfaatli loyihalar bu borada ko'payib boradi. Turkiy davlatlar hamdo'stlik tashkiloti haqida so'z boradigan bo'lsa, hech qanday mubolag'asiz ularni hamjamiyatni mediatsiyani ilg'orlashdagi o'rnini aytib o'tish zarur. Chunki mediatsiya boshqa nizolarni muqobil hal etish institutlari davlatning mutlaq yurisdiksiyasiga muqobil o'laroq bugungi kunda chegaralarni ham yaxshi ma'noda tan olmasdan chegaralarni buzishni boshlagan. Singapur konvensiyasi bu boradagi dastlabki juda bir unikal va samarali murvat bo'ldi. Agarki kimdir kuzatayotgan bo'lsa, bugun guvoh bo'lgan bo'lishinglar mumkin. Xitoy Xalq Respublikasida xalqaro mediatsiya tashkilotini ta'sis etish bo'yicha xalqaro hukumatlararo konvensiya imzolandi. Bu ham demak davlatlararo bitimlar, tijoriy mohiyatdagi bitimlar hamda davlat va xorijiy investor o'rtasidagi 3-turdagi investitsiyaviy nizolarni hal etishda samarali bo'la oladigan muqobil murodlardan biriga aylanishi mumkin. Bu borada olib borayotgan ishlarda Yaqubbey janoblariga, ularning jamoasiga ulkan muvaffaqiyatlar tilaymiz. Ijozatinglar bilan so'z navbatini Ivana Ninchichga bermoqchi edik. Ivana haqida O'zbekistonlik mediator sifatida fakt aytishim mumkinki, hozirgi kunda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy Majlisi Qonunchilik palatasida amaldagi mediatsiya to'g'risidagi qonunimizga o'zgartirish kiritish to'g'risidagi qonun loyihasi ko'rib chiqilyapti. Va ushbu qonun loyihasini ko'rgan, o'zini vaqtini, bilimini ayamasdan ushbu qonun loyihasini ko'rgan va uni takomillashtirish bo'yicha o'zini qimmatli maslahatlarini bergan xalqaro ekspertlarimizdan biri aynan Ivana Ninchich xonim hisoblanadi. Va bugun o'sha fursatki barcha o'zbekistonlik mediatorlar nomidan biz buni yuksak qadrlaymiz va minnatdorchiligimizni izhor qilmoqchimiz. So'z navbati sizga, marhamat Ivana.
Thank you, Mr. Kimsanov, for the lovely words and for the invitation to this wonderful event today, as well as thank you to your center, the Tashkent Mediation Center, to Tashkent Law School and the Ministry of Justice for putting in so much effort and good work and laying down the foundation of exceptional development of mediation in Uzbekistan. Sitting here before you today, I cannot help but reflect on my time here 6 years ago at the first legal forum, and it's really an immense joy to be back and to see this growth. So today, 6 years ago, I spoke about the Singapore Mediation Convention and the merits of its ratification, as well as various international standards. And I was simply an expert from my own Ministry of Justice, back then the Republic of Serbia, and a lot has changed since then. Now I am a representative, the executive director of the International Mediation Institute, IMI, which is indeed one of the organizations that led the charge for the development of, for the drafting of the Singapore Mediation Convention and many other initiatives, international initiatives for the development of mediation. So today I will endeavor to explain some of them and to walk you through the value of international mediation standards in a rapidly evolving landscape. So before we discuss digitization and mediation, I wanted to explain a bit about IMI. So it was developed 15 years ago to work on international standards in mediation and to professionalize the industry. It does that through public policy initiatives such as the Singapore Convention, but also through its core credentialing scheme. So it offers an internationally recognized trust mark of high-quality mediators and mediation advocates, as well as mediation training. And it does that through harmonizing mechanisms, not through unifying standards. The main harmonizing mechanisms are certainly the mediator peer and client review, as well as the professional code of conduct. So on this slide, you can see all the various criteria and standards that IMI have developed over the years. I would accentuate especially the training program requirements because they have been recognized by an international intergovernmental standard-setting body, that of CEPEJ, so one that covers all of the European countries, but also our competency criteria for mediation advocates and advisors, because IMI has from the outset recognized that it's not just a mediator that has the weight of carrying the quality mediation process. It is also the mediation advocates and advisors that sit in the room that also have this burden. With respect to competency criteria, IMI has developed also relevant recognition. So beside IMI certified and qualified mediators, we have IMI certified mediation advocates, and I think I see one in the room today, Mr. Ilosius Go. Hello. And also we have developed intercultural and online specialization. Of course, online specialization would probably be the most important topic for discussion today, but I have to make this remark. In 2027, when IMI convened the online and ODR task force, it was a lot before COVID, so before everything in a way turned to online, and also before now the advantage of the AI technologies. So since then, basically during the COVID times, IMI had also rapidly improved its training program requirements, and therefore now essentially anyone trained under IMI training program requirements is essentially also an online specialist. That is why we are essentially now rethinking whether even it is necessary to have an online specialization, but rather all the mediators who are listed on the IMI website and who are practicing and even trained by IMI organization should be also considered as online specialists, as they have adopted this technology also from the outset within their training. So I was asked by representatives of the Ministry of Justice to show a few cases where mediating online might have some intricacies. And so these two cases were brought to us, to the IMI Ethics Committee, to think about and see how we might frame it within our code of ethics. So I will just present them. We will not discuss for lack of time, but hopefully in the later slides, I will also shed light on how we think it should be resolved. So a party is obnoxious and obtrusive. A party's counsel advises the mediator to mute the party. What is one to do? So this question is first, of course, a mediator ethics obligation, but also who is the immediate client of the mediator? Is it the lawyer? Is it the immediate party? Or the process itself? Or another case that was also brought to us. So in a Zoom mediation, the mediator suspects that one party is not alone in the room and is even recording a meeting. Even when somebody is a party to a Zoom mediation, they can record on their own device a mediation. But is this allowed? So what are the mediator's ethical obligations in this case, and what should they do? Sorry for that. Okay. So in establishing the revised ethics committee, IMI endeavored to answer some of these questions and more, and to create a holistic document that covers all practice styles and contexts, and also on both in-person and online mediation. And this is because IMI views mediation as a process which is, in which a third party assists parties to communicate, negotiate, and make their own decisions, including reaching an agreement when they choose to do so. So IMI is very specific in its definition, because it does not only cover mediation as a dispute resolution process, but also deal mediation, and the definition does not prescribe what the purpose of a mediation is, in the sense that it might come to a mediation agreement, settlement agreement, but it might not. So the purpose of having an international code is not only to inform mediators and mediation advocates of the applicable ethical standards and behavior that these standards require, but also to promote public confidence in the process, and so that the parties coming to the mediation table have a greater understanding of what they may expect from the mediator. So of course, the code covers general concepts, which are, I'm sure, very familiar to you. Some new ones are human dignity and honesty, but where the code is really novel is the practice guidelines. And today I will shed a little light on the principle of confidentiality. So the general principles call for a mediator to maintain confidentiality of information that comes to a mediator's knowledge in the exercise of a mediator's role, and that is before, during, and after a mediation. We will not go to the minutiae of the general principles. I invite you to read it, because it's very explicative of the nuances that might exist in respect to confidentiality. I will at this point only draw your attention to what the practice rules say about online mediation, where before and at the beginning of the mediation, they say, in online mediation, the mediator shall discuss with the parties the risks of privacy and confidentiality in using online communication, establish who is allowed to be present in the room, and confirm that no one is recording the mediation. So that guides essentially the mediator what they should inform the parties of, so that they may set the scene and in essence educate the parties. If they notice that they are not conforming to this, then they should of course take repercussionary measures. In the slides I outlined some other content and conduct that the mediator is advised to handle. I particularly highlight, for example, the aspect of professional integrity, which has shown to be very important and interesting in countries where mediation is in developmental stages, because often when legal framework provides certain protection of the mediation process and the mediator, then it is sometimes even misused. So the code of ethics serves for the mediator and the parties as a touching stone, and also to prevent some misuse. As well, because I saw in the panel introduction that we have some arbitral institutions within the panel, how mediators should act if they're asked, for example, to switch hats and maybe act as arbitrators. We are very careful and strongly encourage this not to happen. However, if the parties do insist, we provide this as a possibility under 3 precautionary provisions. So I would encourage you to read the code, the draft code of ethics, which I've linked in my presentation, and to give your feedback. The public consultation is still ongoing. And the more countries and more mediators from across the world that read it and give their feedback how it might apply into their own mediation space, the better the document will be. You may also use IMI to submit your mediation ethics dilemmas, and we provide this service free of charge. I would like to, under IMI's resource hat, also share a few other guidelines that have emerged over the last years for you to also research. One is certainly the just published ODR standards of the ISO, as well as the guidelines on the use of generative AI in mediation, which has been under public consultation over the last year, and it's being conducted by the IBA Mediation Committee, and it is really the forefront of thinking in this space. It is a live document, so you may also read it and give your suggestions on how to improve it. But essentially what it does is provide a non-exhaustive list of suggestions how AI can be embraced by mediators. Also some risks and safeguards that it recommends, and as well as giving a sample statement for mediation participants, so that's parties and the mediator, what should be communicated about the use of AI. Likewise, 2 US-based organizations, AAA and JAMS, have also made their own standards, and AAA has just now, this May, revised their AAA AI standards for AI, and they also in a way are designed to foster an environment where AI augments and instead of undermines the human values that are at the heart of ADR, as we heard in the first presentation. With respect to the guidelines, the sample AI usage statement, I think, is very instructive. Especially with respect to the aspect of confidentiality and the biases and inaccuracies which may emerge from generative AI. And I would like to also highlight that We already have one organization, one arbitral and mediation institution, the Hague Court of Arbitration in Aviation, where I'm a member of their mediation committee that has, in fact, adopted the very wording of the IBA mediation guidelines into their latest mediation rules. Finally, why international guidelines, codes, and rules? Well, they help with expectation management and transparency. They are really the tide that raises all the ships, and they're an amalgamation of international best standards. And they help with avoiding over-regulation. So, for example, if something is prescribed in a bylaw of a minister of justice, for example, or an act that is not as nimble, cannot be changed as fast, it frequently doesn't keep up with the needs of this developing profession, especially having in mind the rapid development of IT and AI. So that is why we do what we do, and I invite you strongly to become members of IMI, to use IMI's free resources and to stay in touch. With that, I hand back over the floor to Mr. Kimsanov.
Tashakkur, Ivana xonim. Darhaqiqat, hurmatli hamkasblar, bugun ikkinchi ma'ruzamizda ikkita eng asosiy, balkim biz hozircha bunga yetarlicha baho bera olmayotgan ikkita asosiy masala ko'tarilyapti. Birinchisi ODR masalasi, ya'niki onlayn mediatsiya masalasi. Onlayn mediatsiyasi taraflardan bir masofada turib muzokara o'tkazishni o'zi yetarli bo'ladimi yoki buni ham muayyan bir standartlarga, muayyan bir qoidalarga solish kerakmi? Aslida 20-yilga qadar agarki biz bu boradagi umumiy fikrni tafsilotiga agar murojaat qiladigan bo'lsak, mediatsiyani o'tkazish yoki bo'lmasa bu borada ta'lim dasturlarini onlayn masofadan turib olib borishga qanaqadir bir skeptik yondashuv bo'lgan. Lekin nima deydi, act of God deydi-ku, haligi force majeure bo'lib, o'sha pandemiya jarayoni aslida biz hammamiz bu borada faoliyat yuritishga, ushbu shaklda faoliyat yuritishga tayyor turishimiz kerakligini ko'rsatib qo'ydi. Bu faktni qarshisida barchamiz bosh egdik. Bundan boshqa ilojimiz bo'lmadi. Lekin bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda agarki nima bo'ladigan bo'lsa, bir asosiy masalani ko'tardilar. Sun'iy intellekt masalasi ko'tarilgan mahalida bir savol ko'pchilikni qiynadi. Balkim bizning faoliyatimizda bu qadar keng duch kelmagan bo'lishimiz mumkin. Lekin sun'iy intellektdan foydalanayotgan taraf bo'ladimi? Hakam bo'ladimi? Arbitr bo'ladimi? Advokat bo'ladimi? Sun'iy intellektdan axborotni qayta ishlashda, o'zini faoliyatini takomillashtirishda foydalanish bu axborot xavfsizligiga aslida tahdidmi yoki buni standart sifatida, qoida sifatida qabul qilishimiz va uni muayyan shaklda tartibga solishimiz kerakmi? Bugungi kunda Ivana xonim bizga o'rtaga tashlayotgan savoli, biz bu bilan hisoblashishga majburmiz. Lekin buni biz hard law sifatida qonun bilan mutlaq keskin cheklash bilan yurishimiz kerakmi yoki hamjamiyat o'zi boshqarish mexanizmi orqali, ya'ni soft law orqali integratsiyalashgan hamjamiyatimiz buni unifikatsiyalashgan bir qoida sifatida o'zini tartibga sola biladimi? Ushbu savolga javob berishda Ivana xonim hammangizni jalb qilgani singari ushbu loyihalarni ishlab chiqishda o'zingizlarni qimmatli fikringlar bilan ishtirok etishingizni barchalarni rag'batlantirib qolamiz. Juda ham qimmatli ma'lumotlar bo'ldi. Buning uchun shaxsan o'zim nomidan minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Hurmatli jamoat, ijozatinglar bilan keyingi so'z navbatini Malayziya Respublikasi Kuala Lumpur shahridan Osiyo xalqaro nizolarni hal etish markazi nomidan ishtirok etuvchi qadrli mehmonimiz janob Danish Chandranga bermoqchimiz. Marhamat Danish, so'z navbati sizga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dior, for inviting me to this panel. I think we're supposed to be meeting in Kuala Lumpur, but unfortunately, we are not able to make it, but he has promised that he's going to make his way to Kuala Lumpur soon. And thank you very much to everybody present today. This is a very fundamental question was put forward to us, and I was asked to address this question on reviving ancient tradition or new ways to resolve disputes for mediation. As much as this question is a philosophical question to be answered, and I will have two parts to answer to this question, and as towards the end, when we reach to the conclusion, we will reach to a form of a answer to answer back to this question. And I would like to take you back, the origination, where do we come so far when we talk about mediation. Let's look at mediation when it originated in the ancient civilization. And not to forget, I'm coming from a center that is almost 50 years old. We are, since 1978, is an international organization which is based in the Kuala Lumpur. And coming from a heritage building, old center, ancient tradition will never be something that will be forgotten by us, especially in practicing alternative dispute resolution, particularly mediation, which is rooted way back in the ancient civilization when there is no formal legal system was in place, where even way back in the Mesopotamia, where people were using customary laws for mediation, the ancient China was using Confucian values by mediating in the villages to reach to peace resolution, where we talk about the ancient Greece and Rome, where it was used in the trade and diplomacy way back then for resolving disputes, and even in the indigenous culture of the Native Americans and African tribes, where community leaders used to be using mediation for resolving disputes. And in Asia as well, even in India, when it goes to the manuscriptory script, where we use panchayat in order for us to resolving dispute in a way back then, and even in the religious scripture of Buddhism and Hinduism, where that is used as a peaceful resolution using mediation. And in the nomadic tribe of Turkey, even in Turkic and Mongol, we have the tribunal council where we call, or the khans, where you use the adat for resolving disputes. And it was mediated way back then. And of course, in all Central Asia, where we have Sharia-based mediation, and that is predominantly used even way back then until today. I was in Japan just a couple of weeks ago, and we visited a temple where I was in 400 years old, and that was where those days ancient mediation used to be resolved. And up to today, the temple is used still for resolving disputes. Now we go to the next slide. If I have is there a, oh, I'm sorry, thank you very much. This is a question, this is an answer to that question, where I was driving you from the ancient civilization, where we were trying to define mediation have come a long way. In that now we answer, we are now in a very important era to talk about the innovations, the technology that has taken us to the modern world. My answer to this is reviving ancient wisdom in a modern world. That is what we are trying to do today, where mediation represents a delicate blend of ancient wisdom. And of course, with a modern system, which is what we are talking about, AI or even technology for that instance, which is to embed for us to have a better system to help us. But the fundamental question, it will never replace the human values and human perspective in assisting mediation. I believe all my panel members will agree to this, and this was something that was spoken very greatly, again, by the panels in the plenary session yesterday, and also in the arbitration session yesterday, and of course today, in many sessions, this was greatly repeated. And holistic understanding mediation will unveil its evolving and mediation adaptive nature where there is a hybrid model that upholds societal values and embraces technological advances. This is my answer to the question that has been posed to us today by the session. Maybe the next slide. Sorry, I'm not able to use it. And bridging the justice gap with AI. Let's take this, for instance, the AI integration and the ethical imperatives. The answer to this is, while we are integrating the AI into the justice system and ADR, I would like to say it is not a technological shift, but it's a moral crossroad, where we have to ensure that we cannot allow the algorithms to become the black boxes of bias or silence the arbiters of inequality. So if we are allowing a system to mediate human conflict or to resolve the dispute between humans, it must be held with the highest ethical standard, isn't it? Transparent, accountable, and just. This is not just a faster resolutions. For me, and I think for many, it is about safeguarding the soul of justice in the age of the machines. The question is not, can AI deliver justice? The question is, but will we ensure it does so ethically? I think that is a question that fundamentally we need to come to a consensus to answer when we talk about AI and accepting AI into an ancient tool and a modern world. The next slide, please. This is the AI integration. When we talk about AI integration, how do AI help of course, in mediation? Of course, it can also help in ADR process in general. There are some aspects that we look here: expedient and accurate summary and analysis of data information, from automation of routine and administrative tasks, to scheduling notification system, to predictive ability, to creating a more effective solution-driven dispute resolution avenue. Those are areas where AI can assist you when it is used responsibly and ethically. As such, I call it, we integrate AI into a system or our system to resolve disputes, especially in mediation. The next slide, please. Here we come to the challenges, where ethical imperatives in AI-assisted mediation. When it poses challenge, and we are today talking about a challenge that posed by a system that is created by human. AI is neither artificial, neither intelligent. This is a system created by human to support and help the human being. But today we are in an era where we're discussing about challenge that it is posing to a traditional method of doing business. This is the challenge that I see in mediation, specifically if it is not used properly and ethically, where number one, bias mitigation and AI hallucinations. Number two, confidentiality issues. And lastly, transparency. Next slide. This has been covered quite extensively, I believe, by my other panelists in other session, and as well as a while ago, even raised my colleagues as well here, by talking about the risk bias mitigation and AI hallucinations that can cause a problem when we are overly dependent on AI without having a proper regular audits of the AI tools. Because, as we believe, there are circumstances today where the system can create stereotypes, biases, and it generates inaccurate, misleading, and fabricated information. We are in a system where we are talking about arbitral awards are set aside by court because the role of an arbitrator has been outsourced to a system. And when you have an award that is produced by a system, this is what we are facing to the world today. It will create a problem to the human fairness to the system itself and justice that it's supposed to serve. Of course, there are safeguards to this. Among others, regular audits of AI tool to detect and correct bias patterns. Diverse and representative training data set may help to validate reflective and accurate AI-generated recommendations. So, when it poses a challenge, we come up with a solution to support and help in how do we mitigate the problem. Next slide. This is confidentiality. When sensitive data protection, AI-powered platforms must will certainly prioritize robust data encryption and secure data storage in mediation or ADR. The heart of the process is always lies on confidentiality. At no point we can compromise this. I believe zero tolerance when it comes to confidentiality in the process of ADR. In the regulatory compliance, of course, we have strict adherence need to be done to the guidelines of the use of AI. I believe that's what's spoken by my colleagues in IMI on the standards that has been set, that we have to follow closely to the standards, or at least we hold ourselves to some form of standards or practice guidelines that will help us in using AI in the right way to allow us to support but not to create disruption to the system. And here, of course, in Malaysia, we have a national guidelines on AI governance and ethics. We can also look at the SIAP guidelines on the use of AI in arbitration, and there are many other guidelines that are out there today, from the Silicon Valley guidelines and many other guidelines, IMI's guidelines. There are many guidelines today in the world. This is a work in progress. Every guidelines of these are constantly being updated. We have never reached a concrete solution to this, but of course, there must be a consensus for us to use certain form of guidelines to ensure we are using the system in a responsible manner. Next slide. Transparency, of course, mediators to obtain explicit consent from participants before resorting to AI tools. This is an important thing for mediators, where even in our centers, we encourage that there must be a certain limitation in the use of AI as well in the processes. And of course, there must be a continued oversight by human mediators, and because that will reinforce the trust as well as integrity in the mediation system. There's no way the AI and the system gonna replace human in the process of mediation. As such, transparency will ensure that we are being fair to the party by informing them to the extent the AI is being used in any proceeding, be that by the mediator or even the center being the administrative arm of any proceedings. Next slide. Here comes to my conclusion of one first part, which is to human-AI collaboration. I call it the human unique value and the AI's strength can coexist together, in which we call it as a collaborative model. Next slide, please. Here's the AI's strength, as all of us can agree on how AI greatly pose as a strength in mediation. For instance, all of you know in BATNA or whatnot, it can help you to come out with the best solution and alternative available, or even the worst case scenario in any mediation proceeding. But again, that ought only the strengths, of course, to look at other administrative tasks such as the document review, reminder, deadline tracking, and any form of analysis. But having said that, we will retain the human unique value. There's no way AI going to replace the human's empathy and intuition, the ability to interpret emotional nuances. These are unique qualities that we need to remain at all time in ensuring that mediation, end of the day, serve its purpose. As my fellow colleagues have said, it is a process that we need to ensure that at all time, human unique value is retained in this system with the support of AI. As such, my suggestion is the collaborative model. The collaborative model here, we use it in the both coexist at the same time in a responsible manner, where we use it to help us to come to a solution, but at the same time, AI that enhances mediation should never replace the irreplaceable human elements of judgment and interpersonal connection. The next slide, please. Next part of my presentation will focus on the institutional readiness for AI in ADR. What can arbitral centers do today? The next slide, please. This is the AI legal justice roadmap that has been launched in Malaysia by the Legal Affairs Division, where the Minister of Legal Affairs Division, which is in charge of law institutional reform, was in a plenary session yesterday. The Buy Digital Justice, a national agenda in Malaysia today, where as much as it is important to integrate AI in our system to access for justice, of course it should not disrupt the justice itself. The Minister has has maintained the position and of course stated this clearly by ensuring that as much as it is important in the modern challenging world, it should not compromise integrity, impartiality and fairness that are fundamental to ADR. As such, while we are moving forward in the empowering of ADR ecosystem through AI, the My Digital Justice is something where the AI AAC, the center in which I'm representing today, is also part and parcel of this whole roadmap where we are contributing effectively on building a roadmap for the purposes of ADR. Of course, empowering a future-ready ADR ecosystem through AI will, of course, ensure expedient dispute resolution, transparency, data-driven process, inclusivity, and most importantly, access to justice. It is a fabric of ADR, but of course, this doesn't come without a proper safeguard mechanisms. AIAC's ADR pathway. The ADR pathway is towards a system that is a work in progress. An AI-powered case management platform is a work in progress in our center. A next-gen AIAC online portal will be empowered by AI. A smart legal research with AI enhancement is among the tools that has been now actively being in consideration in the center that will be launched for the purposes of better and effective, ensuring a better and effective services to the global ADR community. Of course, this comes with a compliance to the international norms and adopting to the global benchmark and best practices. AI integration is more than innovation. It is just transformation. It is transformation. We are not adopting AI. This is what we hold in the center. We are architecting the future of ADR responsibly. Next slide, please. The practical AI vision forward. This is a four. This quantum will give us a four, which we also hold dearly in implementing what we are implementing back in Malaysia. The first is pilot AI-enhanced case management system. Next is protocol on the ethical use of AI in mediation. Number 3, strategic AI partnership and tech alliances. And lastly, joint protocol on responsible use of AI in arbitration and mediation. Let's go to the next slide. Here we talk about the 3 fundamental things that I've just spoken about. The practical AI vision forward. Firstly, the AI-enhanced CMS. Any case management system, never without its flaws. But what is important is that a continuous trials to ensure that we are constantly improving the system. A transparent engagement with the stakeholders is fundamental, and this only can be done through a leadership, through collaboration. We welcome a collaboration with cross institutions to share their experiences to ensure that we can have a better AI-enhanced case management system that will help the community at large. So any AI system, an empowered system, has to be pilot tested, continuously improved. Number 2, a protocol on ethical use of AI in mediation, where we say it's about developing a protocol on the responsible use of AI through the mediation proceedings. Of course, we have to institutionalize the disclosure requirement. This is something that I have mentioned earlier via institutional rules, for instance, on maintaining trust and transparency. We have to ensure that this is embedded in our rules itself to make sure that we are able to better support a greater transparency system for people who are using the mediation in your respective center. Ensure guided, fair, responsible use of AI tool is fundamental responsibility of any ADR and mediation centers around the world. Strategic AI partnership and tech alliances. When we talk about partnering and fostering partnership, it is definitely not without alone. We are not expert in AI. We are not walking alone. We have to collaborate with centers, tech alliances, tech companies who can help us. We have seen many have come to this forum today. They are people who are experts in this area, who are constantly developing, and they have constantly said it's a work in progress where we have to work together. As such, a collaborative with the major AI developers is essentially important to ensure we can have an adaptive tool for ADR proceedings. And we have to engage with regulators to make sure that we are always in compliance with the regulatory standards. So these are the 3 main AI vision forward that I am putting forward for the consideration of all of us. Next slide. Here we go on the last point that I have just said. My joint protocol solution on the responsible use of AI in arbitration and mediation. The call to action. My suggestion here today is the Tashkent Protocol, a call to ethical AI integration in arbitration and mediation. It is important for all arbitral institutes, all the tech companies, or those who are here today or represented various institutions from 40 over countries. We can come together. Right after this, we are leaving it to the good hands of our moderator to spearhead this together with the Ministry of Justice from here and also from the University of Tashkent. We can help ask them to come up with a working group that we can all be part and parcel of, which we can develop a unified, forward-looking protocol for responsible, transparent, and ethical use of AI. Of course, for ADR in general, it can be used in arbitration as well as for mediation. This joint protocol in any event, of course, can be a non-binding, but it defines a baseline ethical and procedural guidelines while balancing AI with human judgment in a decision-making and justice-serving system. As much as we are talking today about standards and protocol, it is important we put our hands together, come together to a solution together, whereby a form of a standardized protocol that agreed upon, where we can sign a pledge that this is the limits of using AI and this is the responsible use of AI ethically to ensure that a standard is set for a better tomorrow. That is the call that I was making today. Of course, this is again a work in progress to say how we're going to take it forward for achieving a joint protocol that can be led by any institution in this world, including the ministry and the organizers of this forum itself, where it can be starting as something big for us to work together, to come together for a consensus on using AI for betterment of the system itself. And the next slide, please. This is my conclusion. Implementing ethical guardrails. This is essential. We have to ensure that the AI systems operate safely, fairly, transparently. It is ethical guardrails. I have no two ways about it. We have to ensure that we have to protect the privacy and we align the AI behaviors with the human values, which is where I started my presentation with. I concluded again. Number two, balancing innovation and human oversight. This is the second fundamental point that I would like to emphasize again. Human oversight must be an essential part in mediation. Innovation can be encouraged with clear ethical boundaries. This is where the standards are important. As much as we are talking today on how do we move forward in the modern world, we are going to balance the innovation with the human oversight to ensure that the AI development, deployment therefore ensures meaningful, trustworthy compliance with legal and ethical standard. Thank you very much. I will conclude my answer today with all roots, new relevance. That is my answer to the question that was posed by the moderator today to the beginning of my session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Tashakkur Danish. Darhaqiqat juda axborot jamlovi, qamrovi nuqtai nazardan juda qimmatli ma'ruza bo'ldi. Darhaqiqat bir narsaga to'xtalishimiz kerak. Masalani to'g'ri identifikatsiya qilish, ya'ni kim bir to'g'ri nom berish bu masalani yechishdagi dastlabki va asosiy qadam hisoblanadi o'rtoqlar. Shu nuqtai nazardan olib qaraydigan bo'lsak, sun'iy intellektni hozir inson omilisiz mexanizm sifatida baholashimiz kerakmi yoki hali hanuz inson omiliga bog'liq bo'lgan element sifatidami? Chunki axborot xavfsizligiga doir masalalar ko'tarilganda doim sun'iy intellekt vositasida qayta ishlangan axborotning oxir oqibatda inson qo'liga tushishi, inson tomonidan foydalanishi, qayta ishlanishi mumkinligi ehtimoli bu yerdagi asosiy xavf sifatida baholanib kelgan shu paytga qadar. Va bugungi xulosalar, bugungi eshitilgan ma'ruzalardan xulosa qiladigan bo'lsak, ikkita asosiy xulosaga meni yetakladi bevosita janob Danish ma'ruzasi. Birinchisi, aslida bu yerda mutlaqlikka o'rin yo'q. Xuddiki nizolarni hal etish murvatlarini tanlashda birini ikkinchisiga nisbatan mutlaq ustunligi bo'lmagan singari sun'iy intellektni foydasi yoki zarariga nisbatan mutlaq fikr hozircha mavjud emas. Asosiysi zamonaviy yurist, bugungi kun mediatori har qanday holatda sun'iy intellekt vositasida manevrlarga tayyor turish kerak. Va bugungi taklifdan kelib chiqadigan bo'lsak, demak, sun'iy intellektdan arbitraj va mediatsiya jarayonida foydalanishning axloqiy standartlarini belgilashda hamjamiyatni bunga chorlovi bu albatta asosiy mavzulardan biri hisoblanadi. Va so'nggi bir nuqta sifatida bugungi kunda yangrayotgan bir o'zim uchun yangilik bo'lgan bir nimani eshitdimki, janobdan ma'ruzalarda biz shu vaqtga qadar sun'iy intellektning doimiy hayotimizga inson faoliyatiga aralashuvi haqida so'z yuritayotgan edik. Bu aralashuv qanchalik miqyosda ekanligini baholashga harakat qilayotgandik. Bugungi kundagi hozirgi chorlov shu shaklda bo'lyaptiki, aslida inson sun'iy intellektga aralashishi lozim va aralashuv qaysi me'yorlar bilan baholanishi kerak. Ma'ruza uchun tashakkur bildiramiz. Hurmatli tadbirimiz ishtirokchilari, hurmatli spikerlarimiz, bizda dastur bo'yicha 20 minut vaqtimiz qoldi, 20 daqiqa vaqtimiz bor, ikkita spikerimiz bor. Shuning uchun ijozatinglar bilan bu borada bizga agarki lozim bo'ladigan bo'lsa, Leo haqida gap ketadigan bo'lsa, biz Leonardo Dorsoni bevosita Italiyadagi faoliyatdan xabardormiz va bu yerdagi mediatorlarga murojaat o'laroq aytishimiz mumkinki, agarki mediatsiyadan pul qilmoqchi bo'lsanglar, mediatsiyani monetizatsiya qilmoqchi bo'lsanglar, marhamat, Leonardo Dorsoni ma'ruzasiga diqqat bilan e'tibor bering. Marhamat.
For the invitation. It's always well, in answering the great challenge of the title of these sessions, if mediation has been around for centuries or if it's a new way to resolve disputes, I thought about talk about some emerging trends in mediation, what mediation will look like in the future, and just I want just to focus on one, mainly one, because I think it would be important actually for Uzbekistan, for the future of Uzbekistan, in mediation. And I think that after 2020, the year 2020 has been one of the tipping points in mediations. After 40 years of 1979, where a lot of people recognize 1978 with the Pound Conference in Minneapolis in the US, where a lot of colleagues point the year of transitions between ancient mediation as a nice way to resolve disputes, with the modernizations of mediation, with the profession, with the born of professionalism of mediation, at least in the United States. I think that 2020 have been three main actions, three main factors that started a new phase of mediation. The first one is, and we talked a lot, has been the use of technology in mediation after the pandemic, actually the starting of a pandemic. The second one was the Singapore Conventions, where thanks for the Singapore Conventions, mediation has been highlighted, like arbitration and like other, like judicial proceedings. But the third one, the third factor is that after a few years, after decades, the first solid data of mediation coming from new legislative frameworks has been available, and new countries have been starting to adopt new legislative framework that support the soft mandatory mediations. We have Turkey, for example, as one of the leading countries who have been working a lot. I saw some friends from Azerbaijan, where we have been talking a lot, working a lot. But, and then, of course, there are other emerging trends. We talked about the online mediation, massive use of digital tools. The high demand, actually, this is what I see, the high demand of the mediators specialized in a specific dispute matters, like constructions, like medical malpractice, and so on. we talked about with Ivana, with the enhancement of standards and accreditations that IMI is leading the way worldwide in accrediting mediators and advocates for mediators. The growth of mediation providers, like mediation centers. And I'm talking my full job is 27 years that I'm leading ADR Center. We do more than 8,000 mediations per year, every year only our centers. And then the adoption of mediation policies within large organizations, multinationals, in order to resolve workplace disputes and dispute also outside with stakeholders, with external stakeholders. But I think I want just in my times focus on the first emerging trends, because I think that this could be useful for Uzbekistan that I heard that thinking about the new legislations ahead. So I am here to share our experience. And this is not my opinion. I mean, it's data. The data, the numbers talks by themselves. And this is the data from Italy. In Italy, we introduced the soft mandatory mediation models that I will explain in a few minutes in 2011. So we have 15 years of data, and in the last 15 years, we have done, we have processed more than 2 million mediations. How is possible? How is possible that Italy, besides being famous for the food, fashions, history, now is famous for mediation as well in a lot of parts of the world, and the model, again, with different adjustments have been adopted in other jurisdictions. Well, our model, and by the way, 15 years ago, when the law was introduced, a lot of stakeholders were not happy. Lawyers went on strike. We had rallies on the street against mediations. Judges, they were not interested in mediations. And it was only for the political will at the time of the Minister of Justice that said, we need mediations for many, many reasons, and we should implement. From 2011, our legislation changed a few times, have been amended a few times, last year, where after 15 years, guess who were the first supporters? Lawyers. Were the other supporters? Judges, because the mediation law changed the culture. And this is it's not the other way around. It's not the culture that changed the law. It's the law that changed the culture of mediations. And the success rate, these are statistics from the Minister of Justice. Yesterday, I was yesterday I was in Moldova, in Chisinau, that also Moldova is adapting a draft law based on this model. And as you see, the success rate nationwide is more than 50%. That is a great statement. It means that with these numbers, we are achieving what is in the Article 1 of the EU Directives 2008, the balanced relationship between the number of mediation and number of judicial proceedings in court. Think about always, when you talk about to introduce mediation, you have to set the goals. And the goals is not a few hundreds mediations. I mean, the goal is having a balanced relationship numbers. I mean, numbers, again, I'm a little bit obsessed with numbers and statistics. So if you want to build a mediation ecosystem, you have to build mediation ecosystems that can manage at least half cases in courts should be managed in mediation. It means having a lot of mediators, mediation centers, and infrastructures. So which are the main pillars in our legislation? And again, I think it could be important here in Uzbekistan. There are three main pillars. The mediation demand is driven by the mandatory first mediation meetings. And then I will show you some numbers. The supply is led by mediation bodies, mediation centers. Mediators, they need to talk within mediation centers. Mediation centers can provide neutral space. They can provide a secretariat. There is a lot of work that as mediation center needs to provide to make mediation efficient. And the third pillar, of course, is legislations. And our legislation is very detailed, but it needs, if it's integrated with the civil justice, it needs to be very detailed. And each detail is count. And let me focus on, in our law, again, about 30% of our civil and commercial litigious cases has to go through first meetings, not all, some. Again, like real estate division, medical malpractice, inheritance cases, and a few others. And last year, we extended in some other dispute types, regardless of the value, is by dispute types, regardless of the values. And now our government is thinking about a new reform that extend to other dispute types based on the numbers. And which are the numbers here? Well, in our legislations, there are all 4 types of triggering mediations are ruled. And there are, all over the world, there are only 4 ways to start mediation. The first one is a pre-litigation requirement, or a so-called mandatory. And I think the mandatory term is a very misleading term, mandatory, voluntary. Of course, the settlement is always voluntary. We are talking about the mandatory, we're talking about attend meetings. The second way to start mediation is court referral for case pending in courts, where the judge invite or order the parties to attempt mediation. The third is the voluntary recourse, where both parties agree to start a mediation process. And the fourth is due to a mediation clause. And look at the numbers after 15 years. Italy has been a laboratory for 15 years in a large country of 60 million inhabitants of mediation. We tried a different, actually, models. And maybe for trial errors, and I am here just to also explain our mistakes in order to other jurisdictions to not copy our mistakes. And after 15 years, look at 86% of mediation start from the mandatory first meetings. 50 after 15 years. Only 12.5% start from voluntary mediations, dispute matters. Means that the driving force is the mandatory legislation. And I say unfortunately, because before we started to talk about mediation in the late 90s, and we tried all. We tried, change the culture. We tried to only to train mediators, and the results, the outcomes were only really few hundreds of mediation. So, and also even court referral. I was very surprised that our judges, even if they have a great tool to order the parties to attempt a mediation during the judicial proceedings, they don't do it. They don't use this possibility. Only 1% comes from the judge referral. But what happens in these first meetings? And I managed thousands of these first meetings. And what happens is very simple. It's nothing to do with the law. The law forces the parties themselves, in person or online, to be present. And the law forces the parties to reconnect, to communicate. And this is the magic. The magic happens. If you do not have this gentle push, what the Americans call the nudge, it never happens. The problem of mediation is the higher barriers to start a process. It's not to continue a process. It's to start the process for many reasons. I can talk hours. about the barriers to start a process. Lawyers are involved. The parties, of course, they have disputes. They don't want to talk. And when they start a judicial proceedings in court, they do not have the possibilities to meet, simple to meet and to talk about their problems. So these models, and then Turkey has the same model, Azerbaijan has the model, we have these models in 15 years. Again, ask the parties now, before going to the court, to attend in person or online, but the owners of the conflicts should be there, not only the lawyers and the parties themselves, to meet for 2 hours, up to 2 hours, for a fixed fee, and then they decide what to do. They can opt in, they start the full mediation process, they can settle right away, or they can opt out, they can go to the court. Well, as I showed, 50% of the times, a little bit more nationwide. In our center, it's more, I think it's 65% of the times, parties decide voluntarily to go ahead with the full mediation. So I want to stress this. The mandatory part is only to attend the first meetings. Then the parties, they make a rational, informed decisions to go through all the process. At that point, it's voluntary. At that point, they pay a higher fees, depends on the experience of the mediators, the complexity of the dispute, but it's voluntary. And these models has been able to produce good numbers in mediations in Italy, in Azerbaijan, in Turkey, in North Macedonia, in other countries, and I don't see any other models that could be able to do it, to help jurisdictions to reach, again, a balanced relationship between number of mediation and number of judicial parts in courts. A couple of inside this, and then I stop. For example, is important to think about sanctions for invited parties that do not comply with this law, they do not attend the first meetings, because the invited parties, they not have the will to attend. So this is very important. We had last year, again, with Mrs. Kartabia, there was a previous Minister of Justice, introduced a remainder law. Now we have, I joke, a bigger stick and a bigger carrot. Bigger stick is we increase the sanctions for the economic sanctions. I mean, for the parties who do not attend in bad faith the first meetings. But on the other side, we increase the carrots, because all the up to 600 euro spent in mediation fees for mediators and in lawyers' fees for advocates can be deducted from the tax. So, and this is the result. I stop here. I'm sorry, I know that I exceed a little bit my time, and but I'm around in case you want to go ahead and you don't want to know some clarification or more about our systems, and then I think it's good food for thoughts also for the future of mediation here in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Leo, very much. Today in the morning, I had a meeting with the Madam Deputy Minister of Justice of Tajikistan. They are currently drafting their own new law to adopt. And when we had a talk on the best practices, I simultaneously mentioned that Italian law and legal practice is the best ever seen. So I have no longer comments on your speech, and I do believe that you will share your deep expertise on how to make this institution effective in legal practice when today, while running your masterclass at 5 p.m. So,
it's coming the masterclass.
Yeah. It's an introduction to your masterclass. You're welcome. Hurmatli hamkasblar, dasturimizda ozgina o'zgarish bor, lekin buni sababi nimadaki, hurmatli nimamizni, ma'ruzachimizni to'xtatish iloji yo'q edi. Sababki barchamiz bunga vujudimiz bilan kirib ketib qoldik ma'ruzaga. Fikrimga qo'shilasiz deb o'ylayman. Lekin buni hech qanaqangi nima joyi yo'q. Sababki janob Ravshan Abdullayev soat 5 da boshlanadigan master klassimizni moderator hisoblanadilar. Moderator sifatida janob Leonardo Durso hamda bugun jamoamizda davramizda ishtirok etayotgan singapurlik hurmatli ekspertimiz janob Aloysius Goh ishtirokida mediatorlar uchun ajoyib bir master klass tashkil etish rejalashtirilgan. Hozir barchani coffee breakga taklif qilsak-da, coffee breakdan keyin o'sha moderatsiya jarayonida Ravshan Abdullayev dastlabki fikrlari hamda hurmatli ekspertlarimizni qimmatli fikrlaridan bahramand bo'lamiz. Barchaga o'zimiz minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. O'zbekistonga tashrif buyurganingiz uchun, o'zbek yuristlari bilan o'zingizni qimmatli tajribangizni bo'lishga ahd qilganligingiz uchun barchalardan minnatdormiz. O'zbekistonda bo'lishingizlardan har doim mamnunmiz, har doim sizlarni chaqirib qolamiz va o'ylaymanki, ushbu muloqot formati kelajakda davom etadi. Alisher aka, Malika opa, ajoyib tarjima uchun jamoa nomidan sizlarga ham katta rahmat.
по праву развития. И сегодня для меня большая честь представить двух спикеров, которые являются большими звездами в мире медиации, звездами мирового уровня, если позволите мне так сказать. Господин Леонардо Дурсо, директор ADR-центра города Рима, директор и основатель. ADR-центр города Рима – это потрясающее место. Я работаю в Риме, поэтому много раз там бывал. Это потрясающее место, в котором все делегации всех республик постсоветского пространства вдохновляются тем, как должна работать медиация. Видят, как это происходит на уровне понимания обычного гражданина, как это должно работать, почему это работает. И я привожу тут пример. Один из заместителей министров одной из стран Центральной Азии, заместитель министра юстиции, мне однажды сказал, как раз после презентации Леонардо в Риме, он мне сказал, что когда я сюда ехал, в Италию, я думал, что медиация – это какая-то западная игрушка. После того, как я послушал, что здесь говорилось, после того, как я увидел, что делает ADR-центр Рима, я думаю, что мы будем это развивать в нашей стране очень активно. И так происходит. Сейчас в этой стране разработан новый закон, закон в новой редакции, который скоро вступит в силу. Господин Леонардо Дурсо, и он сделает презентацию о своей новой книге, которая обобщает многолетний опыт работы ADR-центра города Рима, других центров, в которых работает господин Леонардо по всему миру. И он сделает именно презентацию этой книги. Второй спикер у нас, мистер Алосиус Гох. Он является руководителем Sage Mediation, организации, которая также является мировым именем. И он будет говорить о медиации больше с уклоном на регион Восточной Азии. Позвольте мне передать слово, чтобы не занимать очень много времени, господину Леонардо, который дальше будет рассказывать именно о том, как все работает.
Thank you for your kind introductions. And since it's a master class, please allow me to stand, because I can, when I do trainings, I cannot talk and sit at the same time. So I need to walk. So I would like to just introduce in half an hour is not really the book, but is the methodology that is inside the book. And by the way, I want to be sure, I don't want to sell the book. The book is, we self-published these books just because to keep the price very low, because the goal is to try to sell everywhere in different languages. So we are talking about also translating Uzbek and Russian. And the idea that I had with my two co-authors, Adi Gavrila from Romania and Julia Radanova from Bulgaria, is to translate the manual of our trainings in our book. I've been training for the last 27 years, colleagues, new mediators, fresh mediators, and experienced mediators. And we thought a few years ago, well, first of all, is the world of mediation needs another book on mediations? There have been a lot of books on mediation. I have to say most of them coming from our colleagues from US. Most of the most famous books are from our colleagues. And the challenge in every mediation in trainings is how to transfer the know-how of a mediator. And as you know, the mediation process is always a flexible process. How in 40 hours, 5 days and 40 hours, remember, is the minimum standard for IMI accredited mediators, and how we can maximize the time to transfer this know-how. Because the challenge of every mediator is this one, is you find you are, as a mediator, in front of a table with emotions, with informations, with data, and all mixed, and you start to negotiate. It's all mixed is in front of you. And you have to make some order in this kind of mess. And from Once high, you have to look at the past, the facts, what happens in the past. What is the facts? You have to think about the past relationships. There's been a relationship between the parties or not. You have to think about the conflicts, the level of conflicts. As a mediator, you have to understand where is the level of conflict. Is it like in the war zone or is at beginning? Think about our work as mediators starts always from a broken negotiations. Why the parties themselves, with their lawyers, they couldn't find a solution by themselves. And this is the starting point of every mediator. So you have to understand which have been the barriers for the parties themselves to not solve the disputes. So this is a conflict analysis. It's very important that the mediator should do before meeting the parties. And then you meet the parties, and you have all these data, option, emotions. This is very important. Emotions are on a play, in this present, feeling, interest. And then you have to look at the future. Is it possible to find future relationships? And again, even if it's a commercial cases, I always say that even commercial cases, you have to, at a certain point of a process, of a mediation process, you have to understand if the parties can restore a relationship like a couple, the wife and husband, or you have just to manage a divorce where the parties will not, get back together, but they need help also to divide assets, to alimony, and so. Even if it's, again, if they're commercial, you have to think about future relationship, if there is space of future relationship, or if you just is a transactions. Solutions, you have to think about, how you can, propose some solution to the party, solution that, of course, they never thought about that. And then interest, what is the interest of the parties. You have to deal with feelings, and even if it's a commercial cases where the two large companies are represented, remember, you mediate with human beings. You do not mediate with companies, with the corporate policies. It's always human beings, women and men that represent their interests, their clients, with lawyers. And to make it, more complicated, usually at least there are, you have 4 people in front of you, usually the 2 lawyers and the two parties, and you have to help to negotiate, let them negotiate. As I always say that mediator is also a super negotiator. You have to negotiate with the parties, you have to let the parties to negotiate by themselves, and sometimes you have to help the parties, the client and his own lawyer to negotiate by themselves. Sometimes you have to mediate from one side of the parties because sometimes there is a conflict of interest. And then again, just to make a little bit order, you have past the information, the agenda. You start with this, then. Present interest, you start to develop options on the tables, and then try to push and facilitate some proposals, and finally the agreements. So in order to give some framework, guidelines to our colleagues, mediators, new experienced, we thought about, okay, let's rationalize this process, and let's come up with a matrix that is we call the 5 by 5. So it's 5 phases by 5 is horizontal and verticals, and we called solve and tasks. Just to remember, it's a little bit of marketing, but the solve is, let's start with the horizontal axis. The horizontal axis, so basically we divided the process chronologically in 5 different phases. The first phase is S, set the stage, is basically the preparation, is what the mediator should do before meeting the parties. The second, and lay the ground for success. The second phase is open the stage, is beginning with the mediation process where you meet with the parties and you start formally the process. The third and fourth, as you know, colleagues, are the core of the mediations, are the two, what we usually do in caucus, in private meetings, but in two different phases. Just I think it's very important to not confuse the first round of private meetings where the goal is listening and understanding. Our God gave us 2 years and 1 month. We should use in the same proportion. So listening, understanding first in the first rounds of private meetings, and only in the second round of private meetings in what we call the validate the option. So we generate option and negotiate. Never confuse these two phases. And the last phase is enable a resolution when you as mediator, you will propose some solution, or you will propose a possible settlement. Okay, so this is in chronological order. And then for each of these phase, and this is the solve, for each of these phases, we came up with a vertical columns. For each one, we have the targets, and then we call task. Targets, goals to achieve. So for each one of these phases, we have activities, physical activities to perform as mediators, and then the toolbox are really the strategies in mediations. And then I think this is very important also what we call the keys, some frameworks from also other field. For example, I was talking about the importance of conflicts, to understand the level of conflicts. Gazlo, for example, we have a lot of research, or communications, or principal persuasions. So we included different frameworks from different authors outside the mediation world, but that's very important for mediators. And lastly, the skills that every mediator has to enhance: negotiation skills, communication skills, decision-making skills, and persuasion skills, and so forth. So let's, in the time that we have, I want to, and this framework can work in different contexts, and for example, in different complexity of value, even small claims, or that, sometimes the small claims in mediation is 1 hour, 2 hours, where the first, the setting the stage is just 10 minutes, or sometimes, really a few minutes, or very complex disputes that can last months or years. And for example, a few years ago, I was appointed, just as an example, my colleague Sadi Gavrila is always do a lot of these public disputes, huge. He's now doing a project, a dispute in Egypt with one of the largest solar panel investment in Egypt. A few years ago, I did a project, mediations between Romania and Bulgaria about the locations of repository of nuclear waste. Okay, the Bulgarian selected the location near the border of Romania, basically in the shore of the Danube. And a lot of community, they protest. And EBRD, that was a bank, was financed the project, have a policy to send a mediator in case these big projects, infrastructure projects, have an impact on local community. So I spent about 2 years in try to facilitate the dialogue between these two parties. So, and I use the same process, setting the stage, listening, understanding, and so on, but it was like 2 years project. And it could work in different dispute types, commercial, family, consumer, political, administrative, penal. I think in the world right now we need this to use mediation in political and economic disputes a lot. Different sectors, different industry, constructions. I'm working now with Adi in Dubai, where there are a lot of disputes about the constructions. Think about how this could be useful. Different backgrounds, different cultures. So this is the idea to have, a model can be used all in different contexts. And of course, legal context. I was telling you that in Italy we have the first meetings, in other mandatory first meetings, in other countries they do not have this mandatory first meeting, and so on. So I want just to very briefly, and actually this is presentation just to make it a little bit different from the parties' lawyers' point of view. So this framework can be used also from the mediator's point of view and from the lawyer's point of view. I was telling, in Dubai, we are training all lawyers, all accredited lawyers in Dubai, there are 3,400 in mediation advocacy. The government of Dubai, as a CLDP, as a legal trainings, made mandatory this year that all lawyers, they have to attend a 2-hour trainings in person on mediation advocacy, how to represent their clients in mediation. This is very important. It's a starting point to build an ecosystem in mediation in one jurisdiction. And we are using basically this framework, this methodology also, again, to learn to train lawyers. And by the way, there are very sophisticated lawyers, as you imagine, lawyers that are all big law firms all around the world. And each time that we start a workshops, and we ask them with Adi, how many of you have attended the mediations? Only, each workshop is up to 24 people, only 2 or 3. So, and still in 2025, there are only few lawyers, 20% maybe, and maybe less, that are familiar with mediation every time. So we have very good statistics. And from a lawyer point of view and parties, so these are, for example, the targets and the activities from the first stage of setting the stage. As a target, you need to understand the process, principle, again, because a lot of lawyers, they don't know. And as mediators, you have to train them, you have to explain them. Address potential power of imbalance. What happens as a mediator? So you look at the papers and you realize that one side is a bank with 2 or 3 lawyers, big law firms, and the other side is an old lady, an old man, without any representation, without lawyers. So what you do, and you need to know before. Or you need to understand, again, to set the stage, who is going to be present in mediations. In a commercial case, in a CEO, who is going to decide who should be present? Not only persons that have the power to sign, to settle, but also influencer. I give you a story. Just a few years ago, I did a mediation, a partnering dissolution. 2 brothers. They own different restaurants, 50% of companies. Never have a partnership of 50%. They start to have disputes because they were getting old, and so the sons, both sons, they were working in their business, in the restaurant business, and they start to fight. And we start to mediate. At the beginning, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. we went through all day until midnight. And then at midnight, they settled. They found an agreement. There was, hugs and tears. We did it. I was tired. It was midnight. They were tired. And we said, no, let's meet tomorrow morning. We have, a draft of the deal here, of the settlement. Tomorrow morning, you come back, we legalize, and we write the settlement. Okay, great. At 8:30 in the morning, the day after, one of the brothers called me and said, Mr. Mediator, Mr. Leonardo, I changed mind. It was not a good deal. Please, I think we have to go to court. What happens? The wife. So they came back, and actually the children. So my mistakes, you learn about from your, I made 2 mistakes. That was 2 mistakes. I didn't realize that both wives, and also the children, they were very important. They were not part legally of the disputes, but they were important too for the settlement. They were not present. And if you are not present in the mediation, you cannot understand why the parties have reached that agreement. So it was a poor preparation from my side. The second mistake I made is, and actually is the last phase, when you have a deal, we have a settlement, lock the people, lock the person in the room until they sign the paper. Never let the parties escape if you have a solution. Let me see. Okay. So, for example, again, work with the client and lawyers and mediator to contribute to the process design. Now the lawyers, they have, for example, choose the right mediators. They have to choose the mediation center. They have to, maybe with the director of the mediation center, decide who would be the best mediator for that cases. There is not a mediator that is good for all cases. For example, myself, I do more commercial cases. I don't do medical malpractice, or I don't do, some inheritance cases. There are much better, good mediators, and at least in my center, that deals with medical malpractice, with emotions, and so on. And you have to also, as a target, be empowered to participate in mediation. So the parties needs to be present. A goal for lawyers, for the mediators in this stage is understand well the case. And so what could be the activities from a mediator? Ask for the brief, a mediation brief. Have some preliminary meetings with the parties and with the lawyers. And preparation, communication with opposing the parties. All the proceedings and logistics negotiation, where to meet, when to meet, for how much durations. Who knows, it's easy to know when the mediation starts, but difficult to understand when it ended in one day. It's 1 hour, 2 hours, or a full day. You have to agree with the parties. And of course, also the economic sides of who's going to pay. And this is, in the book, there's a long list of activities, of goals. And by the way, all these activities, goals, and tactics, we compile 144 items, and are very explained in the details explained in the book. And on the second stage of opening the process, this is usually done in a joint, what we call in a joint meeting. Usually because it's not, again, it's flexible. If in the preparation you understand that the parties cannot, because the conflict is so high, you cannot bring the party in the same room, it's better to skip the joint meetings and open the process without a joint meetings and go directly to private meetings. Usually is a good standards to start with joint meetings. And again, this is another opportunity for the mediator to explain the process. Is what usually the mediator does is the opening speech to point, the rules of the house, the role of the mediators, and so on, because it depends, again, and comes from the preparation. If you understand the parties, maybe they are the first times that attend a mediation. So you have to maybe spend a little bit more time to explain the process, to understand their expectations. And you want to, for example, set the stage, having a nice mediation rooms, not too large, not too small. Depends on how many people are you expecting the day of the mediation. So there are some activities, as you know, as mediators. You open a process, then you give the floor usually to the lawyer of the plaintiff or the requester, then the lawyer, if present of lawyers, of course, to the defendant or the invited parties, and this is, as you know, another peculiarity of the mediations process, give the floor to the parties, to the owners of the disputes. We say, at least in Italy, and I'm sure here, when the lawyer go to the court with the client, before entering in the court, the lawyer tells the client, here you shut up, don't say anything. You don't know how to talk with the judge, to the opposing lawyers. You don't know the rules of the house here in the courts. While in mediation, because of the confidentialities, the lawyers, the parties themselves should talk and should express their emotion. They should vent. And then again, there's a delicate, tensions for the mediators to let the party vent, spit out, and stop when they start to fight, really. So, but you should not prevent the parties to vent, to talk, sometimes to fight. And then again, there are in the third phase of listening and understanding, when you, as a mediator, separate the parties, the goal is to understand their interest, what they really want. And again, there is in the book, we have a long list of questions to let the parties to talk. Because I told you at the beginning, we are human beings. You are dealing with men and women. And usually men and women, they like to talk. And in contrast with the court, in the court you cannot talk. The parties will not talk to the judge. It's not the role of the judge to listen to the parties. The role of the judge, as you know, and to the arbitrator actually, is to decide who is right, who is wrong, based on the law. And this is another, another process. It's a very important process. I will say mediation is not alternative to a court. The terms alternative is another misleading term. I think mediation is complement. As a complement to the court, to arbitration. Should be used at the beginning before going to, in case of failure, of course, going to the court. And then again, there are other activities during the first round of private meetings, and then on the fourth phase, sorry, to the validate options. Only when you understand the interest of the party, you start to propose options. You start to put options on the table. You start to ranking the options, which is the best option, the second option, and so on, and try to facilitate the negotiation between the parties. And finally, enable a resolution. At least, I said, you can help the parties and the lawyers to decide to either to settle and not to settle. I always tell the parties in my mediation, my goal, 3 minutes, okay. Thank you for, otherwise I can talk 40 hours. I mean, like this, 40 hours is the minimum of the training. So, and at the end of the day, I always tell the parties, my job is helping you to make a rational decision. Either to settle here or to go out from the mediation rooms and go to the court. But you need to understand what it means go to the court. And with the lawyers, with all together, we rationalize. In the private meetings, we will talk about the BATNA, the Plan B, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement in mediation. It means going to the court, the risk to go to the court. And then, when you have clarity, you can decide. Make your decision. If you have a strong case in court and you can get your money in 2 or 3 weeks, and on the other side, the proposal from the other side is nothing, go to the court. And the rational decision is not to settle. Go to the court. The problem is that most of the times, going to the court is a question mark, takes years, and maybe with the help of the mediators, there is a good, a good proposal, good settlement where the party can live with. And then the parties with their lawyers, if they are present, they can make the rational decision. So all this, is explained quite well in this methodology. It's a methodology that our trainings that am accredited are based on. So we have, the 5 days trainings. The first day is about, ADR. We show a lot of video. The second day is about only negotiation techniques. We dedicated 1 day only on negotiation techniques. There are basic techniques of mediation. And the third, fourth, and fifth days, we go through all these phases with role plays, with assessment. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I spent a lot of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leonardo. As usual, great presentation. Спасибо большое, Леонарду, еще раз. А сейчас я бы хотел передать слово другой звезде мирового масштаба в области медиации, господин Алош Узгох. Господин Алош Узгох является главой Sage Mediation, компании, которая работает на азиатском рынке в основном, но он занимается медиацией с 2007 года. За время своей деятельности у него было сотни медиационных дел успешных, которые разнились, сумма которых была от нескольких сот долларов до более чем $1 миллиарда. Господин Алош Узгох, спасибо большое. Please. Welcome.
Testing. Thank you, everyone, for having survived 2 days. I'm at the last of the last. Thank you, Leonardo, for the presentation. I wanted him to carry on for 40 hours. I think we were all learning a lot. I felt bad that you had to stop halfway. So, we're coming to the end. And it's interesting that we're choosing to do a master class on mediation at the end of a conference that is very much focused on AI. I have decided, like a true masterclass, to follow my slides only a little bit. And I think we've listened to 2 days of how powerful AI is. It's time we hear how powerful human individuals are, right? So that is what we're going to try to do. So I'm not going to run through too much of my slides, which is even boring for me. I decided I want to do this by storytelling, which Leonardo did very well. The first story that I want to tell you is a mediation case, and it talks a lot about why I do mediation. This was a case that I had to do when Singapore was just beginning to lift some of the social restriction measures because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's why I remember it very well. I received a call on a Sunday. And the lawyers said, Aloysius, did you read about this dispute that was reported in the papers yesterday? And I said, there were a few things reported yesterday. Which one is this? And because it's reported in the papers, I can tell you a little bit about it, so it's not fully confidential. It was a very tragic case. There was a 6-year-old little girl, and she drowned during a swimming lesson. And the parents decided to, of course, commence legal action First against the swimming instructor, and also against the pool, because there were supposed to have been lifeguards. And all this shouldn't have happened. Someone should have reacted fast enough to save the girl. But she passed away. It was reported in the papers because lawyers for lifeguard and swimming instructor filed a defense that said, and this is a common law principle, that said, well, the mother of the girl was contributorily negligent because she was present at the swimming lesson. And they said, well, even if there were lifeguards, why didn't you jump into the pool to save your daughter? You can imagine what impact that had on the mother and as well as the father. And this was reported in the papers. And I was called to mediate this because by then, that means that it had a very bad impact just on everybody, right? It was a public pool, so that it had implications as well politically. And this was fresh out of COVID. So, like Leonardo has proposed in his Solve matrix, first thing I did was I had to design the process because it was not easy. We were just coming out of the pandemic. I had to find a space where everybody could interact and yet had limited interaction because of the pandemic restrictions. The second thing I had to do was I had to call everyone up and find out what are they thinking and doing because I knew that there was going to be a very emotional mediation, and yet I didn't have a lot of time. I had one day. There was a lot of pressure for this to be settled quickly because we wanted this to end before there was more bad publicity if this carried on in trial. We did all of that. Mediation happened a lot like what I had explained. In Singapore, we start at 9 in the morning. And before the mediation, parents already said, Aloysius, I can't sit in the same room as the lifeguard and the swimming instructor. It would traumatize me too much to be in the same room as them. So I said, okay, let's separate it out. We mediated. It took us till midnight, and we got a settlement. The first part of the settlement, of course, involved some compensation. There was some monies involved. But the parents told me during the mediation, what am I going to do with the money, Aloysius? I can't buy a car. This money came because my daughter passed away. What am I going to do with it? It's not the money. What I really want is that this doesn't happen to any other parent. It doesn't happen to any other little boy or girl. And so during the mediation, one of the things which we managed to achieve was to review the entire water safety protocol that the pools were using and confirm that there was a fresh water safety protocol, one that had a better ratio of lifeguards to swimmers that ensured proper lighting, something which the courts could not have achieved. More powerfully though, and why this is a good story of the human spirit, I spoke to the swimming instructor and I said, tell me what you are feeling and what has happened. And he said, you know, Aloysius, this incident has completely changed my life. I have been fighting depression. I have a daughter myself. And after this incident, I couldn't face my daughter without being traumatized. After this incident, I can't eat. I can no longer conduct swimming lessons. It made me many times even want to take my own life. And the parents didn't want to see me. I was hiding behind at the funeral for the girl. I really wanted to meet the parents and just apologize and ask for their forgiveness. But I honestly couldn't do so during when the trial was going on. So I met with the parents and I told them, now that we've settled most of it, how do you feel about meeting the swimming instructor? And they said, okay, we are prepared to meet with him before we end the day. This is at midnight when everyone's energies were completely burnt. We put them in the room. I was very careful about it. I made sure their lawyers were also present so that in case the emotions went out of control, at least the lawyers can help me to separate them. And the most powerful thing happened because the swimming instructor shared what he had told me about how he was the one that pulled the girl out of the pool. He was the one that gave CPR to her. He was the one who when she finally coughed out all the water, he was the one that was soloing and he was really trying his best. And this was something which he had been struggling with for a long time, and he had really wanted to tell the parents how sorry he was, and he wished very much for them to move on. The mom stood up. I was quite afraid that she was going to slap him. She walked up to him. She held his hand, and she told him, enough lives have been lost from this incident. I know better than anyone in this room what it means to lose a family member. Don't do it to your daughter. Go back, give her a hug. I am moving on. So must you. And they left the room with a hug. This is the power of mediation. And this is the human power, which I still struggle. I mean, we've listened a lot to AI, and I am myself still wondering, how much can AI do to enable such outcomes? I do believe that maybe it can, but a lot of conflicts that happen today are human created, and they are best human solved. End of story 1. And I've gotten all of you into a stunning silence. 7 minutes. Can I shift the slides a little bit? So now I'm going to try to follow my slides, but I've got 15, and I'm going to do them in 7 minutes, okay? So next slide. This is just a very quick way of telling all of you that Singapore's journey to become a mediation jurisdiction started in 1997. Can I have the next slide? And, sorry, before that, just to finish that story about our journey, 1997, next one, sorry. It was only in 2017 that we had a Mediation Act. It took us 20 years. So, to that end, we are slightly different from what Leonardo shared about Italy. We took a different approach. We said, don't let the law change the culture. Let's try to educate and build a culture of mediation and let the law then reinforce this culture and accelerate it. So, my point in sharing this is different jurisdictions, different approach, all possibly very effective. Next. The reason for this slide is simply to give you and give all of the people from the different jurisdictions here a quick illustration. Not everything needs to be done top-down. And sometimes top-down measures to bring in change will only work if the rest of us on the ground, young people, lawyers, students, academics, all start working the ground first, so that when the leadership makes the decision, we can move very, very quickly. I'm revealing too much of my age, but somewhere in the 1990s, I started my university education, and a lot of my professor teaching me mediation then was saying he was very discouraged by the time we reached 2010, because it looked like we're never going to get it into law. But then we had a new Chief Justice come on board, and he pushed mediation, and suddenly we just accelerated our mediation use. Next. Next. So, what's going to happen from now for mediation? Next. I think all over the world, it's not just for Singapore, it's not just for Italy, it's very much for Uzbekistan and many of the other jurisdictions. Mediation use is going to be a big game changer for the way that humans interact, for the way that we resolve conflicts. I think we need to realize that as a global average, people are getting more intelligent, thankfully, I hope. And there is a greater wealth. And together with that, things like AI are created because we are impatient and we want to take control of finding solutions ourselves. You add to that the fact that we live in a very, very, very volatile world. Sometimes it's pandemic, sometimes it's political leaders. One moment it's tariff wars, one moment it's school admissions. Disruptions are going to be here. There are going to be a lot of conflicts. And a lot of the people that we live around will want to find solutions quickly rather than turn to judges or turn to arbitrators or even lawyers. Next. We've spoken a lot about the Singapore Convention, so I'm not going to talk about this. Next. I think what we are looking to work towards as mediators is a lot like what Leonardo said. We want to create a world, a legal system that really provides justice. Justice not just in the legal sense, but justice in the sense of like what my example had shared, something which allows parties to move on positively. If the parents had just gotten a court judgment in their favor, it would not have led them to the same outcome as they achieved at mediation. We want court resources to be used for where there is debate and lack of clarity in the law, not for frivolous disputes. And we want a way of resolving disputes that brings us closer, that builds bridges rather than creates walls. Next. I fully agree with Leonardo. To do this, it's about harnessing technology, a big team in this conference. It's about building an ecosystem. This is not going to happen just because of mediators. This is going to happen because lawyers are on board, judges are on board, students, academics, business leaders are all on board. This is not going to happen because we're doing this the Italian way or the Singaporean way or the Uzbekistan way. This is going to happen because as a common humanity, we are talking about what makes us human and what allows us to create peace. We need to reimagine and continually dialogue about what brings the power of humanity to its best. Next. I'm going to give a shout out to groups which are trying very hard to do this. Ivana is here for the International Mediation Institute. In Singapore, we have the Singapore International Mediation Institute. The last logo there is the Swiss Chamber. Just examples of organizations which are working very hard. We are trying to find best practices. But being close to all these organizations, I know, they also come up with a lot of flack. Because you never, what is best practice for one doesn't always work for the other. My recommendation to all of you who are thinking about what makes us good mediators, look at the standards, look at what works. Some of it might not work, cut them some slack. Because we are trying our best and things are just changing too fast. It's very hard to find something that's universal, but I think these organizations have done a lot. Next. And to end with one last story, I know I only have 1 minute. One last story is to reinforce why we need standards. It's not just standards for mediation, it's standards for AI and all. Part of my personal history before I became a mediator was I completely struggled through law school. Not academically, but I couldn't get used to the adversarial mindset. So much so that really when I graduated, I succeeded in graduating. I was very traumatized from my entire 4 years. So traumatized that I decided to run away because I was being pressured to become a lawyer, and I explored a religious vocation as a Catholic monk living in the rule of silence for a year in France. So it was very easy to stay silent because back then I couldn't speak French, right? What does this have to do with standards? I spoke with the spiritual director, the head monk, and he gave me this metaphor because I told him my struggles. I said, look, I just can't accept a lot of the frameworks that have been put in place by courts, people telling us what to do and what is best. I don't get it. They all seem so flawed. It's so difficult for me as a lawyer to obey them or for me even as a young graduate to accept them. And he looked at me and he just said, Aloysius, the trained horse jumps higher than the wild one. And then he went quiet, like a good monk, right? So I had to figure it out in my little cell, in my little room, and I realized what he meant was simply this. We need standards. We need to recognize best practices and a measure for our growth. When we accept some degree of being controlled, some degree of being measured in how good what we are doing is, that is when we can also bring ourselves to the next level. With that, I know I've exceeded my time slightly. Thank you so much for having endured 2 days and enduring this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aloysius. Я бы в заключении просто хотел поблагодарить спикеров за такие прекрасные презентации, за мастер-класс, который они провели. Сказать о том, что большинство материалов, о которых мы сегодня говорили и во время сессии о медиации, и во время мастер-класса, доступны в Ташкентском центре медиации, доступны онлайн. Если необходимо, вы можете связаться со мной, и я обязательно свяжу вас с господами Леонардо и Алошисом. Я бы также хотел сказать, что книга «Solve», о которой говорил господин Леонардо, доступна для покупки в интернет-магазине Amazon. Она стоит 49 евро, но мы сегодня обсуждали о том, что она, возможно, скоро будет переведена на узбекский язык и на русский язык и доступна в Узбекистане для студентов, для профессионалов, и это, возможно, будет сделано очень скоро. Со своей стороны, так как у меня не было времени во время мастер-класса, во время презентации сказать о работе IdeaLab, я бы просто хотел выделить один очень важный момент, который стал большим опытом для нас, и поблагодарить одного конкретного человека, который сегодня в зале. Несколько лет назад мы прошли путь в IdeaLab от очень большого скептицизма в том, чтобы организовывать стади-туры или визиты для делегаций из разных стран в Италию, в другие юрисдикции, где развита медиация, в Сингапур, от очень большого скептицизма до Сегодня, когда мы говорим о том, что делегация — это наиболее хороший путь, наиболее эффективный путь, который помогает развивать медиацию в Центральной Азии, в Монголии, в других юрисдикциях, потому что делегации, высокопоставленные лица приезжают подготовленными, они читают, возможно, кто-то впервые читает материалы про медиацию, они видят, как это работает в реальном времени, они видят, как это все происходит, они возвращаются, предоставляют материалы для высшего руководства страны, и высшее руководство страны принимает решение об изменении. И вот я бы хотел просто поблагодарить Акбарака, который сидит здесь. Он когда руководил Департаментом международных отношений в Министерстве юстиции, который очень конструктивно на все наши негативные первоначальные фидбэки говорил о том, что нет, давайте мы все-таки организуем, пусть наши профессионалы увидят, как это работает в юрисдикции, где это все создано. И сегодня мы организуем такие визиты и для представителей Таджикистана, и для представителей Кыргызстана, Монголии, десятки стран на самом деле. И все это вот во многом благодаря Акбару. На этом я бы хотел завершить. Севара, иди, Севара, здравствуйте. Микрофон.
Здравствуйте. Я хотела бы поблагодарить в первую очередь наших спикеров. Я хотела бы поблагодарить IDLO за предоставленную возможность повышения квалификации, потому что многие из сидящих в зале уже имеют сертификаты медиаторов и являются довольно-таки опытными пользователями. В то же время для наших спикеров, наверное, очень важно иметь для наших тренеров-медиаторов обратную связь. И я хотела вот как раз-таки поблагодарить, пользуясь возможностью, поблагодарить в первую очередь Алоушу Сагора за очень интересный опыт, который он нам дал в 2022 году. Я, Марипова Севархона Рыбджановна, являюсь основателем курсов подготовки медиаторов в Республике Узбекистан. И для меня, когда мы только это начали в 2019 году, основной моей проблемой было то, чтобы охватить как можно более широкий круг. Я долгие годы думала об этом, а это начался старт в 2019 году, 22 сентября. И до этого нас американские специалисты обучили, что можно обучать в онлайн. То есть мы обучаем судей, это Американская академия правосудия, они были в Узбекистане, через программу Zoom и так далее. И в 2020 году, после того, как мы запустили эти курсы, и я смогла только обучить всего-навсего 42 человека, это при всей большой такой пропаганде, в Сингапуре я задала вопрос нашим специалистам, можно ли это делать онлайн. Но тогда мне сказали, как ты обучишь навыкам, это нереально, не делай этого. Несмотря на это, я в 2020 году, то есть через 2 месяца после Сингапура, запустила первый онлайн-курс. Мы выгорели эмоционально и всячески. И я все-таки долго думала найти решение этой проблемы. И в 2022 году к нам приезжает Алоуша Сагор и проводит с нами, вернее, это был онлайн-курс, и он проводит с нами обучение в онлайн-режиме. И, наконец, я нахожу ответ на свой вопрос. Он делит нас на сессионные группы, о существовании которых почему-то, к сожалению, я не знала. И это был очень большой опыт. Именно разделение на сессионные группы позволило, наконец-то, мне решить такую проблему, о которой я думала целых 2 года. И вот сейчас, пользуясь возможностью, не только педтехнологии, которые он нам дал, да, но даже информационные технологии, которые мы тогда получили, позволили мне решить очень много проблем в развитии навыков. Алоушус, я вас очень благодарю. Я получила бесценный опыт от наших сингапурских коллег, и я пользуюсь возможностью, хочу, чтобы вы передали нашу благодарность господину Джордж Лиму. Также господину Лунг Сёнг Ому, который тоже нас обучал, и в том числе огромная благодарность вам. Также я хотела бы поблагодарить Леонардо. Господин Леонардо, наконец, сегодня мне дал как бы еще большую мотивацию. Как только у нас началось продвижение медиации, первое, о чем я додумалась, это ввести двухчасовые курсы обязательны для наших адвокатов, медиация в адвокатской деятельности. Меня все критиковали, меня все ругали за это, но сегодня я узнала, оказывается, такой опыт есть в других странах мира, и я была на правильном пути. То есть знать то, что я иду по правильной дороге, для меня это очень бесценно. Огромное вам спасибо за то, что вы делитесь своим опытом, за то, что вы находите время, за то, что вы не жалеете свои таланты, свой опыт и распространяете его нам. И я еще хотела бы поблагодарить Равшана. Равшан в прошлом году предоставил нам очень редкую возможность побывать на Сингапурской конвенции. Мы говорили о Сингапурской конвенции много, мы слышали много, а как она работает, все-таки мы не знали. И вот благодаря Равшану мы все-таки пришли к выводу, да, что Сингапурская конвенция — это не что-то страшное, не что-то опасное, это что-то очень интересное, которое позволит нам развить новые горизонты. То есть когда мы побывали на месте, когда пообщались, мы поняли, что это только лишь позволит развить медиацию. Спасибо вам, спасибо за тот нетворкинг, который вы нам предоставляете, спасибо нам за эти возможности. Приезд делегации действительно играет огромную роль, потому что только благодаря этому можно получить новые знания. А знания, к сожалению, очень быстро устаревают, и нам действительно нужны такие контакты. Спасибо огромное. Сегодня тоже было много интересного для нас. Спасибо.
Я думаю, на этой прекрасной ноте мы можем завершить. Благодарю всех, и если будет необходимы контакты, вы можете связаться со мной, а я уже свяжу вас со всеми спикерами. Благодарю вас.